There's something but there was a guy. Why never said, but very. Yes.
Recording in progress.
There will now be a moment of silence or meditation. Please take your seats. Thank you. There's someone missing in the house. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity and welcome the Minister, Steenhuisen, as well as the Deputy Minister, my colleague in our other life, Honorable Matabata. Suffice to say that we welcome you to NCOP. This is your first appearance. We've always been congratulating all those that have been appointed, and accordingly, we must also congratulate you in your new responsibilities. And we hope and we are quite confident that you will steer the ship towards the right direction. All the best in your endeavors. And we're looking forward for fruitful engagement and accountability in the house, and your presence will be highly valuable so that we remain accountable to the people of South Africa. Having said that, I do have the speakers list before me, but before then, I would like to remind the delegates that the rules, in particular sub-rule 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 shall apply in this sitting. Honorable delegates, I will then allow this opportunity, honorable members, to give notices of motion, and the time allocated for notices of motion is 20 minutes. Each member will then be afforded 1.5 minutes. I have also received the list of speakers, as I've indicated earlier on. We do have Honorable Langisa Notata.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby give notice that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that the Council 1 debates the need to build viable infrastructure such as roads, rail, water, and energy to support the South African agricultural sector. 2, further notes that agriculture is not only vital for South Africa's economy, but also very critical in the sustainability of rural communities and contributes to the growth of the rural economy, job creation, and national food security. And thirdly, acknowledges that even though the South African agricultural sector continues to exceed expectations with consistent growth and remains competitive and agile, the lack of viable infrastructure such as road, rail, water, and energy poses a major challenge for its growth and expansion. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nodada. We now move on to the next speaker, Honorable Chirwa Mpungose.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that Council in its next sitting debates devising a system that can be applied and should be applied to all victim shelters under the stewardship of the Social Development Ministry. These standards and minimum requirements should be mainstreamed in all victim support facilities to ensure that adequate support is provided for victims of gender-based violence, that they are easily accessible, are linked to the relevant stakeholders for response to crimes committed against women and children, and are adequately maintained to avoid closure or insufficient support for ongoing function and effectiveness. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chirwa. The next speaker will then be Honorable van den Berg.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day of the House, I shall move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that the House debate solutions to combat the non-payment of municipal accounts, given the poor state of local government finances and resultant decline in meeting municipal mandates versus economic pressures on households. How can the public narrative be influenced to install a sense of pride into the timely payment of basic services? I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I've already depleted the list in front of me. Are there any further motions of notice? Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Chair. The United Democratic Movement moves that the House on its next sitting discuss the negative effects of the proposed health regulation for members registered with the Traditional Health Practitioners Council, which includes traditional healers in the Eastern Cape. The proposed regulation could possibly affect their ancient spiritual communication with ancestors involved in the traditional practice. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. I'm going to request specially for you from the Chief Whip to give you a call. You're always overtaken by events. You've just come in as an aftermath. So next time I'll plead with the Chief Whip to call you so that you are registered just as everybody else. Honorable delegates, I will now call on delegates who have indicated that they wish to move motions without notice in terms of the list in front of me. I call upon Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move without notice that the Council knows that on the 19th November marks 43 years since the brutal and vicious murder of Krevitz Mqenge, who was a veteran of the African National Congress, an apartheid activist who played a pivotal role in the fight for democracy and liberation in South Africa. Further notes that Mqenge was brutally murdered by Derek Kotze, Almond Nofela, Joe Masela, Brian Ulunga, and David Chingalanga, who were policemen and agent of the apartheid government Notorious Flag Plus Death Squad on 19 November 1981, acknowledges that Krevitz Mqenge was a courageous attorney who became a significant threat to the ruling white government when he began practicing law in Durban in 1974 and later became an instructing attorney in the 1977 to 1979 Bethel Treason trial, where he defended 18 members of the Pan-Africanist Congress who were jailed for inciting a revolutionary and playing a role in the Soweto uprising, and takes this opportunity to remember the indelible contribution that Krevitz Mngenge made in the fight for freedom and democracy in South Africa. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Acting Chief Whip. Any objections to the motion? As agreed to. Honorable Numalo.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to your good self and all the members, honorable members present here. Chairperson, on my motion without notice, I hereby move without notice that the Council note the Human Science Research Council released their first national gender-based violence prevalence study, which showed that 36%, equaling to the estimation of 7.8 million women in South Africa, has experienced physical and sexual abuse at some point in their lives. Chairperson, furthermore, note that the study has revealed that 24% of women, an estimated 3.4 million women, have experienced gender-based violence at the hands of their intimate partner, and that 7 out of 10 South African men believe women should obey their husband. And number 3, Chairperson, acknowledges that this study shed light on the country's gender-based violence and the deeply ingrained gender norms and power dynamics that are also characterized by strong cultural reinforcement of traditional gender role and a troubling acceptance of male aggressions and dominance. On the last one, Chairperson, I welcome the report as critical in providing crucial information, analysis, and recommendation to help inform policy and legislation intervention to address the prevalence of gender-based violence in South Africa. So I move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngumalo. Are there any objections to this motion? None. As so agreed to. Honorable Skier Kochel.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House notes that Metsimaholo local municipalities is infringing on the constitutional right to water on the residents of Oranieville and Metsimaholo, who faces daily water shedding. Note that the residents of Pamameng and Zonke areas have been without water for 2 months and survive on water tankers. That this House takes note that the Oranieville wastewater treatment plant has inadequate chemicals to clean the water. All generators are non-functional. The chlorination machine does not work. The pipe that leads the clean water to the reservoirs has a leak for over 1 year, and only one of the pumps that keeps the water pressure at 100% is operational. Note that the newly built reservoirs in Metsimaholo Township have not been connected to the wastewater treatment plant, which will relieve the water shortages in Metsimaholo. We call on the Metsimaholo local municipality to fix the Oranieville wastewater treatment plant and to connect the 2 reservoirs in Metsimaholo before the festive season. That is a peak tourist time, and tourism is one of the biggest sources of income in this community. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Skier Kochel. Is there any objection to this motion? So agreed to. We now move on to Honorable Mulukume.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day to honorable members. I hereby move without notice that the Council note that today, the 19th November, marks World Toilet Day, which is intended to inspire attention to tackle the global sanitary crisis. Further notes that 4.2 billion people around the world live without safely managed sanitation, and 2 out of 3 people in Africa lack safely managed sanitation services, with just less than 33% of households in Africa having basic sanitary services and 21% using safely managed sanitary facilities. Further notes that in 2019, about 2.4% of households still have no toilet or used bucket toilet, with over 3,800 schools only having pit latrines, and taking this opportunity to call on the Department of Water and Sanitation and various municipalities across the country to move with greater speed and agency in expediting access to sanitation. I so move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Molokome. Are there any objections to this motion? So agreed to. Honorable Honorable Makesini.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the council note with gratitude and relief that a 30-year-old Ndando Mhlongo successfully went to surgery at PLENARY Private Hospital in Ladysmith, KwaZulu-Natal, after having lived for 6 years with a solar stratum. Further note that statistically 3 out of 10 men suffer with scrotal swelling, hydrocelling, a rare medical condition affecting men, with the most vulnerable being the men between the age of 30 and 50, and acknowledge the resilience and brave and strength that he has shown throughout his challenging time, serving inspiration to his family and friends and community. Also recognize the dedication and professionalism of the healthcare workers and the medical team involved in Ndando surgery who performed this 4-hour surgery, as well as all those who continue to care for him in his recovery. Further note to recognize the need to ensure quality healthcare, accessible and availability of all South Africans, so that every citizen have the right in the highest standard for medical treatment and care as Ndando receive. The economic freedom fighter congratulate and wish Ndando strength and healthy happiness as he completes his healing journey to resume his everyday life. We further express our commitment and advocating of a welfare and healthcare of all South Africans. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Makesini. Are there any objections to the motion? As agreed to. Honorable Farmer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Hereby I wish to move without notice on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance that the House notes and supports the indigenous people of New Zealand, called the Maori people, who are faced with a bill being presented by the far right to change the principles of the 180+ years old treaty signed between the Crown and more than 500 Maori chiefs. That the House also commends the bravery and tenacity of the youngest member of New Zealand Parliament, Hana Rawiti Maipi Clark, a young lady who led the New Zealand Parliament in performing the famous haka in resistance to this bill. Furthermore, that this House give recognition to all First Peoples, including our own Kohen San. I so move.
Thanks, Honorable Farmer. Are there no objections? The motion is agreed to. Thank you very much. Honorable Sitole.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to your good self and honorable members in the House. I hereby move without notice that the Council, number one, note that on the 20th November marks African Industrialization Day, which is a day intended to mobilize the commitment of the international community to the industrialization of Africa. Number two, further notes that the theme of this year is accelerating Africa's industrialization through the empowerment of African women in processing for an integrated market, which is intended to raise awareness without the urgent need to empower women and break gender stereotypes that prevent women access to industries. Acknowledge that Africa has the potential to become the next global frontier for industrial development, and that industrial development is a foundation for inclusive growth, the creation of decent jobs, and many other development goals, and takes the opportunity to join the rest of the African continent in observing Africa the Industrialization Day and support the commitment to accelerate industrialization and unlock its economic potential. I so move. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Stole. Is there any objection? The motion is agreed to. I now call upon Honorable Beza.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the Council notes that whistleblowers are important guardians of our democracy as they raise the alarm against unethical acts and practices in government and in organizations. Further note that whistleblowers speak out with a reasonable expectation, not only that action will be taken on their disclosures, but they will be protected and not suffer victimization afterwards. Acknowledge with grave concern the recent shooting of activist and whistleblower Mr. Sizwe Mnyambi in Nkomazi, Mpumalanga, shortly after he threatened to expose corruption within the Nkomazi local municipality. Further acknowledges that Mr. Mnyambi had evidence pertaining to municipal workers sabotaging water supply infrastructure for personal gain, creating an artificial water crisis that endangers public welfare. Recognize the need to tighten up existing systems and provide greater support to those who publicly come forward with information. The EFF condemns in the strongest terms attacks on whistleblowers, and we call for immediate and strengthened protection for all whistleblowers to ensure their safety and bolster an environment where corruption can be openly challenged. And we further extend our solidarity to Mr. Mnyambi and his family and wish him a swift and full recovery. I so move.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection? The motion is agreed to. I'm now moving on to Honorable Dlamini.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that the Council note that on the 12th November 2024, Statistics South Africa released the report of the quarterly labor survey for the third quarter of 2024. Also note that the official unemployment rate decreased to 32.1% in the third quarter of 2024, down from 33.5% in the previous quarter. We further note that although unemployment is still very high, the number of employed people increased by 294,000. That takes us to 16.9 million. The largest increases in employment were observed in the following provinces: Eastern Cape 83,000, Western Cape 75,000, Northwest 69,000, and Mpumalanga 49,000. This points to significant result of initiative by the government led by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, including the economic recovery and reconstruction plan and Operation Vulindlela. We therefore call on the government and the private sector to continue to create employment opportunities for our people, especially the young people. Thank you. I so move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Is there no objection to the motion? The motion is agreed to. Now moving on to Honorable Mukai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House, one, notes Kimberley-born actress Monwabisi BC Bangiweka Jobela has been selected by the National Children's Theatre in collaboration with Destiny Theatrical to choreograph The Lion King Jr., which is currently running in Gauteng since November 9 and will end on December 15 this year. Two, further notes Monwabisi is an internationally acclaimed dancer, singer, actor, choreographer who grew up in Khalishiwe. He started dancing with the local group United Youth. Monwabisi studied and graduated at the Tshwane University of Technology and taught various parts of Africa, China, Russia, and Brazil, amongst others. Three, acknowledges the importance of this selection as it will broaden his career and solidify the importance of supporting local talent in the arts and creative industry. 4, congratulates Monwabisi and his associate, Mkhululi Mabija, also another Kimberley-born artist, who will direct the same production, and wish them all of the best in their important roles. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Mukai. Is there no objection? The motion is agreed to. Honorable Briet.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that this House notes that today is International Men's Day with the theme Positive Male Role Models. Further notes that on Monday, the Human Sciences Research Council released its first national gender-based violence study, which found that the mental health crisis facing men in South Africa is driving up gender-based violence rates, recognizes that a significant number of men have experienced childhood trauma and bullying with alcohol abuse, experiences with transactional sex and food insecurity in the home identified as driving factors. Also recognizes that the study found that men are less likely to seek mental health care and have higher rates of suicide, and encourages all men to not let these findings negatively impact their roles of being positive role models in South Africa. I so move.
Thank you. Is there any objection? The motion is agreed to. We now move to Honorable Gerike.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters that Council notes that Mr. Isaac Robenheimer and Mrs. Gay Robenheimer from Packersdorp, George, have jointly served 75 years as educators in the Western Cape Department of Education. 2, further note that educators play a critical role in educating and shaping our children's lives, the future leaders of countries all over the world. 3, acknowledge that the Robenheimer couple have served the community of Packersdorp and the Southern Cape with distinction and unwavering commitment. 4, recognize their service, which has been invaluable to the department. 5, the Economic Freedom Fighter celebrates and thanks the Robenheimers for over 7 decades of service, and we express our deepest appreciation for their remarkable contributions in education. Your expertise, leadership, and passion have made a lasting impact. Lastly, the EFF further wishes them a peaceful retirement and family life, and we wish teacher Gay Robenheimer every success in her endeavors to achieve a doctorate in education, respect and appreciation. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Gerike. Any objection? The motion is agreed to. I'm now moving on to Honorable Medupi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House note with outrage that extortion incidents are continuing and unabated in the areas of Kraaifontein, which is in Cape Town. Also note that this protection fee demands having a detrimental impact on the health and sanitation conditions in the affected communities, as they are jeopardizing the effects to deliver basic services through collection and cleaning of toilets in the informal settlements. The House encourage residents to the 24-hour hotline set up by the city, which allow the residents to anonymously report incidents of intimidation and extortion. We call on the City of Cape Town to work with local stakeholders, law enforcement and police to root out these criminals and service providers not to accede to extortion demands. So I move.
Thank you, Honorable Medupi. Any objections? As agreed to, thank you. I'm now calling upon, I don't know, Honorable Skier Kohal, if you made 2 submissions. Am I right? Okay, over to you then.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this House notes that Metsi Moholo is in contravention of Section 83 of the Municipal Systems Act, Section 24, Section 156, and Section 229 of the Constitution of South Africa by not maintaining municipal road infrastructure. By failing their constitutional duty, they place the residents of Metsimaholo in danger when traveling within the municipal boundaries. Third, the crumbling infrastructure is harming the local economy and causes job losses while in a time which South Africa is already experiencing big challenges. Four, that this House calls on the municipal manager and the executive mayor to take note of their contributions and take the necessary steps to fix the road infrastructure to ensure they abide by the Municipal Systems Act and the Constitution of South Africa. I so move.
Thank you very much. Any objections?
Objection, Chair.
The motion is objected. It will not proceed with and will become a notice of a motion. Order, honorable members. I'm now moving to Honorable Farmer.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance that the House recognize and welcomes the PA's role through the voice of our President, Gayton McKenzie, who has on numerous occasions raised this issue in calling for government to address the foreigners putting up shops in all communities across the country. We therefore welcome the President's call for these shops to be closed, even though it's a couple of lives too late. This House sympathizes with those families who lost loved ones. I so move.
Any objection?
Object.
The motion's then defeated. I now call upon Honorable Mokweli.
Thanks, Chairperson, and greeting to honorable members. Chair, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the gigantic movement, the African National Congress, that the House note that last week, the South African national soccer team, Bafana Bafana, qualified for 2025 AFCON without setting foot on the pitch. Chair, this is due to the outcome of the previous Thursday Group K clash at Juba Stadium, where the host South Sudan caused a monumental upset to defeat former AFCON champion Brazzaville Congo 3-2. Chair, also, I want the House also note that Bafana went on to defeat the unbeaten Cranes of Uganda 2-0 in their backyard, Kampala, last Friday. Chairperson, I would like this House to congratulate the national team led by our captain Rowan Williams and the coach Hugo Bros for the qualification. And I also want to take this opportunity to invite honorable members and your good self, Chair, and all fellow South Africans that today, this evening, we must go and join the Chair and myself so that we emulate Bafana Bafana for this unbeaten record. I so move and thank you.
Is there any objection? What are we saying, honorable member? Are we objecting? Okay, the motion unfortunately stands defeated, but I stand side by side with you. We are going to lululate, you and I this evening. Are there any further motions without notice? Honorable Mokwena? Honorable Peters.
Honorable Pigtails, wow. Thank you, Chair. The United Democratic Movement.
I first noted Tata Umkwena xa ngoku agqiba uzawuthi fahla tata.
Okay.
Enkosi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Greetings, Honorable Chair. I rise on behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party to move a motion without notice that the council notes with concern the rising incidence of food poisoning amongst children across the country, which often result from the consumption of contaminated food and beverages, particularly in school and community feeding schemes. In particular, the most recent major poisoning incident in Naledi, Soweto, where 6 children died after buying snacks at a spaza shop, the youngest being just 6 years old. That we recognize the devastating impact of such incidents have on health, well-being and development of our children. And we call on the Department of Health to urgently investigate these incidents and enforce stricter food safety and standards in all the establishments of food providing institutions. We urge local government and community organizations to work together to raise awareness on proper food handling, avoidance of pesticides, and the importance of hygiene, and commit ourselves to ensuring that our children's right to safe and nutritious food, as enshrined in Section 28 of the Constitution, is protected. I so move. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mokoena. Is there no objection? The motion is duly adopted. Tata, xesha lakho.
Nkosi mama.
Enza odume ngazo.
The United Democratic Movement moved without notice that the House notes the University of Fort Hare former Dean of the Public Administration Faculty, Professor Edwin Ijeoma, forged master's degree from a bogus university to get a PhD at the University of Pretoria. Further notes the similar incident of Tabi Lioka, the former independent non-executive director of Remgro, Netcare, and Anglo-American, deceives the JSE by claiming to have earned a doctorate in economics from the London School of Economic and Political Science in 2008. She included these details in her curriculum vitae and provided the JSE with a director's declaration attesting to the accuracy and veracity of all the information of her CV, including the PhD qualification. UDM condemns the fraudulent act of forging of academic qualification because it undermines the integrity of the higher education system and leads to a lack of trust to the higher education institutions and to the credibility of the qualification of qualified candidates. Further condemns the lack of vetting during the recruitment process to ensure that no company or institution hires a fraud. UDM calls for universities and professional bodies to
Hayi tata ndikunikile ixesha kaloku soligqibile.
Oh, sorry, ma'am.
Enkosi tata siyabulela. Le motion yakho ke sizawuyithatha siyitshintshe ke bese ke siyenze i-notice of motion. Siyabulela. Xesha limkile lityiwe izinja. Thank you very much, honorable members. We are now moving to the next order paper, which is the debate with the subject accelerating land redistribution and cultural development for inclusive growth. I would like to take this opportunity once again welcome the Minister of Agriculture as well as the Deputy Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development to the House. I now call upon Honorable Mokoena to open the debate. You've got 20 minutes.
Greetings to my President, His Excellency J. Gedlegisa Zuma, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister. Today's debate is a sobering reminder of the deep inequalities that continue to define our nation. For the majority of Black South Africans, the issue of land is not just an economic matter, it is a question of dignity, identity, as well as justice. After centuries of violent dispossession and 30 years into our democracy, millions of our people remain landless. They remain excluded from the agricultural economy that could uplift the entire community. This is not just a failure of policy, it is a failure of honor, to honor the sacrifices of those who fought for liberation. The African National Congress, once seen as the beacon of hope for our people, has unfortunately failed to deliver on land reform. After 3 decades of power, only 7% of agricultural land has been transferred to Black South Africans. This statistic serves as a stark reminder of the promises made in 1994. Promises aimed at healing the wounds of the dispossession and restoring land to its rightful owners. The betrayal does not stop here. The government has spent billions of rands compensating those who stole and robbed land from the indigenous people of this country. Even now, billions more are allocated to continuing the injustice by paying for land that should be rightfully returned to its original custodians. How can a government that claims to represent the will of the majority prioritize the interest of those who benefited from colonial and apartheid exploitation? The betrayal extends far beyond what is immediately visible. Over the years, the government has allocated billions of rand in compensation to these individuals and groups who unlawfully seize land from indigenous people. This financial aid serves to just reward those who participated in the historical injustices of land theft and exploitation. Furthermore, even at this moment, the government is budgeting billions more to prolong the cycle of injustice by providing monetary compensation for land that is rightfully belonging to its original custodians. It raises a critical question. How can a government which claims to represent the interests and will of its majority of citizens continue to prioritize the needs of those who've unjustifiably profited from the legacies of colonialism and apartheid? The contradiction highlights a troubling disconnect between the government's action and the value it purports to uphold. The MK Party will soon submit a private members' bill to ensure that all land belongs to the state without compensation. Under this framework, the state and traditional leaders, particularly the kings and the chiefs, will share the responsibility of equitably allocating land to all its citizens based on the need and potential for development. This approach will lay the foundation for economic transformation, social justice, and national unity. Honorable members, the ANC's betrayal deepened when it handed over the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, Rural Development to the Democratic Alliance as part of a power-sharing arrangement. This reckless decision handed control of land reform to the very forces that have historically opposed it, solidifying the inequality and denying millions of South Africans access to their birthright. Umkhonto weSizwe Party firmly advocates for land redistribution, viewing it not only as a critical issue of social justice, but also as a strategic mechanism for harnessing our nation's full potential. Equitable redistribution of land is essential for empowering communities, fostering economic growth, and addressing historical injustices. By ensuring that land is allocated fairly, we can significantly enhance agricultural productivity, which in turn can lead to increased food security and economic stability. In addition, equitable land distribution can play a vital role in reducing rural poverty. By giving more individuals and families access to land, we can create opportunities to sustainable farming and entrepreneurship, which will help lift communities out of their economic hardship. Moreover, great land ownership can lead to more investments in local agriculture practices. It will encourage innovation and increase overall resilience in our food system. Umkhonto weSizwe Party believes that these efforts will not only transform rural economies, but will also contribute a more inclusive and equitable society where all our citizens have an opportunity to thrive. We acknowledge the growing trend where many land claimants are opting for financial compensation rather than reclaiming the land itself. While we respect the choices of individuals, this practice must be revisited. We believe that in the long run, land ownership holds a greater potential for empowerment than monetary compensation. Land is not just a commodity, it is a critical asset that can provide sustainable livelihoods and transform entire communities. We need to invest in educating our people about the long-term value of owning land, particularly its potential for farming and economic development. By understanding the opportunities that come with land ownership, whether through farming, agricultural enterprises, or other ventures, land claimants will be better equipped to make more informed decisions. Land is a tool for generational wealth creation, community development, as well as economic self-sufficiency. To accelerate agricultural development and foster inclusive growth, the MK Party calls for the appointment of assistant agricultural practitioners as farm managers in newly acquired farms and agricultural land. These skilled professionals will provide essential expertise to emerging farmers, ensuring that land redistribution efforts lead to sustainable, productive agriculture. Land reform must be effectively linked to skills development and resource allocation to ensure that new landowners have the tools necessary for success. This involves not only providing access to land, but also equipping individuals with the knowledge, the skills that are needed for sustainable farming practices and efficient resource management. By offering comprehensive support, including educational programs, financial resources, as well as access to technology, we can foster a vibrant, diverse agricultural economy. This approach can significantly contribute to reducing poverty, unemployment in the rural South Africa, creating opportunities for economic growth as well as stability. Ultimately, a well-rounded strategy that combines land reform with ongoing support will empower communities and enable them to thrive sustainably. The failure of the ANC government and the DA-led coalition to address the land reform needs of the Khoi and San people is even more damning. These First Nation people have been systematically excluded from land redistribution processes, violating their rights under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, the UNDRIP, and other international laws. Article 26 of the UNDRIP says that the people have the right to their land, territories, and resources, yet both these parties have shown blatant disregard for this principle. The Khoi and San remain landless in the land of their ancestors, a cruel continuation of the injustices of colonialism. The MK Party calls for the prioritization of the pre-1998 land claims. These claims represent the core injustices of colonial and apartheid rule. Addressing these claims is not just about restoring land, but it's about restoring dignity, economic opportunities, as well as social justice. The amendment of Section 21 of the Constitution is a non-negotiable for our party. The current framework, which permits expropriation without compensation in theory, is riddled with obstacles that delay and frustrate implementation. By amending Section 25, we will provide a clear mandate to the state to accelerate redistribution and dismantle the barriers that perpetuate inequality. Honorable members, it is appalling that some members of our parliament, such as the Freedom Front Plus, have openly threatened violence if expropriation without compensation is ever implemented. These threats of civil war are attempts to intimidate.
On a point of order.
Now, member, can you please take your seat, Honorable Briet?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm raising on a, let me get it. The fact of the matter is the member in the House is misleading.
Which rule, Honorable Member, are you raising on?
I'm rising on Rule 58, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the fact
Yes,
of the
you
matter
can
is that.
proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the honourable member is misleading the House and is directly misstating facts. The Freedom Front Plus has never said that we will commit acts of violence. So I'm asking you to make a ruling for her to withdraw that incorrect statement.
Chair, on a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Nonkonyane, on which rule are you rising on?
The honorable member is quoting Rule 58
Mm.
and is misleading the House. And Rule 58 says a delegate must address the chair when speaking. And if possible, must stand whilst doing so. That's all. There's nothing to do what she was saying. She misled the House.
Honorable member. Let's just pardon the member and request her to quote the correct rule as she wants to speak. And I want to speak to the matter that she spoke to earlier on, whether the member is misleading the House and she must withdraw what she is saying. And accordingly, honorable member, the member, she is on the podium debating, and I've not heard her misleading or deliberately intending to mislead the House in this regard. Accordingly, the ruling that I am making that she must proceed with her speech, and accordingly, you will be afforded an opportunity to debate as well. If you feel so strongly that something has been said and that you are not in agreement to honor member, you will also make your statement at that point in time. Can we allow the member to proceed on?
Madam Chair, but you asked me to correct which one I'm
Honourable
rising on.
member, can
And that
you
is
be-
61(1)(b), and I will read that to you.
We have pardoned you on that one that has since
You
been
asked me-
ratified.
You asked me to say which one, Madam
No,
Chair, and I say to you that one is
Honourable member, can you
61(1)(b).
please sit
Deliberate,
down?
make a statement which the delegate knows to be
Honourable
false.
member, can you please take your seat? We've had you long time ago correcting yourself. After you've concluded whilst Honourable Nonkonyane was on the floor correcting you. So we allowed you despite that. Please, let's not open that debate. Over to you, Honourable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. Some of these threats attempt to intimidate the majority and protect the privilege. And what have we done? Nothing. No outrage, no defense, no democratic values, no commitment to justice. To the African National Congress, your time is up. You have failed to deliver on the promises of liberation. You have bowed to fear-mongering and compromised the rights of the dispossessed. To the DA and other defenders of inequality, we will no longer submit to any of threats. The majority of South Africans are already living in a state of war, a war against poverty. We're living in a war against hunger and a war against poverty and dispossession. And to our fellow South Africans, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party stands with you. We will fight for a future where land is equitably allocated, where opportunities are available to all, and where justice is no longer delayed or denied. Thank you.
We now order honourable members. We now move to the next speaker, Honourable Steenhuisen.
House Chairperson, members of the NCOP, those watching at home. It's really great to be here today, to be making my maiden speech in the NCOP, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to start off by thanking the Honourable Member for proposing this debate. I think it's a timely debate, and I think it's one that is essential, particularly given how important the agricultural sector is to South Africa. And I will be confining myself today, Madam Chair, to the agriculture side of the debate. Unfortunately for the Honourable Member who preceded me, I don't deal with land reform. That's dealt with by the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development. I deal with agriculture and how we can grow the sector. So the agricultural sector contributes 3% to our country's gross domestic product, but it accounts at the same time for over 7% of formal employment in the country. But if one takes into consideration the entire value chain of agriculture in our country, it comes up to around 12% of GDP. It therefore underpins rural development, it underpins food security, and it underpins economic development. The Department of Agriculture, I believe, can turn agriculture in South Africa into the engine room of job creation. Unemployment is one of the largest problems facing our country and is a crisis. Far too many of our citizens do not have access to jobs, and this has led to a hardship and poverty that grinds away on a daily basis in far too many households around the country. I fundamentally believe that in the short term, there are only three key sectors that can stimulate employment and job creation immediately to start to absorb around the 42% of people who are unemployed, the majority of whom are young people. And that is through manufacturing, tourism, but most importantly, agriculture. And I think that with the right interventions, which I want to talk about today, I think we can turn agriculture into that engine room that we so desperately need. The Department of Agriculture has recently conducted our first strategic planning session that will feed into the annual performance plan against which this House and the other House will measure our performance over the coming years. There are 7 key areas that we've identified that are essential to ensure that agriculture can take its rightful place as the premier job creation nexus in South Africa. So the first one of these priorities is building partnerships within the agricultural sector. The Department of Agriculture tends to position itself as the hub of partnership creation across the agricultural sector. It is only through effective partnerships that the department will be able to marshal the expertise, the resources, and the skills that are obtained in the agriculture sector towards achieving the common objectives set out in the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, which remains the master plan that drives our inclusive agenda towards ensuring many more South Africans, particularly smaller scale farmers and farmers who we would like to move from a subsistence into a commercial basis, will be able to have a share of the market access, both locally but also internationally. Partnerships are the foundation upon which sustainable growth is built. In order to foster these partnerships, the department needs to be responsive to the needs and objectives of the players in the agricultural sector, from small-scale subsistence farmers all the way up to your mega farmers. This also needs to make sure that the objectives of the value chains, as well as the roundtables, and the efforts thereof will depend on our ability to build the desperately needed public-private partnerships that will focus on growing the agricultural sector, supporting food producers, ensuring food security, job creation, and economic growth. This is going to be done through close collaboration with industry bodies, with commodity bodies, to share the experience and knowledge and ensure an open communication channel that will allow the department to be far more responsive and aligned and attuned to what assistance and support they require to improve and grow the sector. Collaboration with the representatives of all agricultural bodies to foster a two-way communication channel that will allow the department to be appraised of the issues, concerns, as well as the ideas of their members. Improved communication, including social media, traditional media, and from the department on interventions and initiatives. a user-friendly and interactive website for the department that will provide a good online interface to share information, data, and knowledge regarding the sector, and an improved turnaround time for requests for assistance, intervention, or information. The second key focus area is a modern and progressive legislative and regulatory environment. Agriculture as a sector is characterized by rapidly advancing technical, scientific, and economic changes and innovations. For the South African agricultural sector to remain on the cutting edge of these changes, it requires a legislative and regulatory environment that is modern, progressive, and nimble enough to adapt to changing circumstances and innovations. The current legislative and regulatory environment has largely not kept pace with changes and innovations in the global agricultural sector. Many pieces of legislation are outdated and out of step and have become a hindrance to the absorption of new technologies, remedies, practices, and innovations. Many of these are essential if we're going to improve yield, health, and profitability in the agricultural sector. And so this is going to be done by the department through a full review of all legislation that is impeding the growth of the agricultural sector, with a view to, with the help of the National Assembly and this House, repealing, amending, and replacing the legislation with new legislation that is more modern and fit for purpose. A review of all regulations with an intention to remove all regulations that do not serve their purpose and that add friction costs to the successful agricultural production and or unnecessary add to the cost of food for our consumers. Thirdly, relying on evidence-based decision-making that is science-led where applicable and is data-driven. Maintaining an open policy and open door policy with the sector, from small-scale farmers, subsistence farmers, all the way up to the mega farmers, to assist them in identifying red tape and poor legislation with a view to then fixing this. Finally, making sure that legislative and regulatory amendments or introductions are fully canvassed within the agricultural sector to identify unintended consequences prior to introduction. Turning to the third priority area, market access for South African agriculture. Market access is fundamentally important for the profitability, viability, and sustainability of the agri sector. Without market access, growth and employment expansion is simply not going to be achievable. It's therefore essential that the Department of Agriculture plays a key role in expanding existing markets and opening new markets for South African agricultural products. Expansion of markets will stimulate the demand for South African products, and this demand will in turn drive economic growth and job creation across the sector. This is going to be done by reviewing existing trade agreements with other markets like AGOA, like the SAEU, and the IBSA agreements, to make sure that we're fully utilizing the provisions that are made in these agreements and to maximize the quantity and type of products that we're able to export within these existing agreements. Through the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan and value chain roundtables, work together with commodity organizations to identify potential new markets for South African agricultural products and aggressively go out and seek them. Working with value chains and roundtables to facilitate greater participation and involvement by historically disadvantaged and small-scale farmers in the value chains through greater market access. Work to improve the biosecurity and expand access for South Africa's agricultural products. And streamlining and fast-tracking the preparation and response times for protocols and questionnaires with regards to us being able to export into other countries. Fourthly, providing effective support for farmers to ensure inclusive, viable, sustainable, and profitable farming operations. As I've said already, South Africa's agricultural landscape is characterized by a diverse range of farmers. The range includes subsistence farmers, smallholder farmers, family farmers, and mega farmers. Each of these sectors within the agricultural family are characterized by different needs, different requirements, and different expectations of the department. The department needs, through interaction with each one of these particular members of the agricultural family, to identify and understand the constraints that they are facing and what they need from the department to be able to be successful. This is going to be done by working with the Land Bank and other strategic local and international partners to broaden massively the pool of available capital to expand and enhance the blended finance model. This will lead to greater access by farmers to a much larger pool of patient capital that is adaptive to the requirements of the sector. Secondly, ensuring that more farmers currently farming on leased land are given title to the land that they are on in order for this to be used as a financial instrument to leverage further capital. The initiatives announced by the previous speaker around taking all land and giving it to the state have been tried before. And wherever these policies have been tried before, they've collapsed agriculture, they've led to greater hunger, greater unemployment, and greater misery. We need to give people title to the land that they are on. We also need to ensure that initiatives are developed to enhance the participation of women, youth, and vulnerable groups in the agricultural sector. This is important. Next year is the International Year of the Woman Farmer, and we've already seen the huge impact that women can have in the agricultural space, particularly in the continent of Africa. And we need to be doing more to encouraging more women into the sector. Developing, creating an innovative way to use the land owned by the department in the agricultural land holding account to benefit more farmers who wish to enter the agricultural space or wish to expand on their current operations. Partnering with the private sector industry bodies and commodity organizations and international agencies to expand and improve the extension services offered by the department. Establishing, through a public-private partnership with the Land Bank, as well as private insurance companies, access to, particularly for smaller farmers and subsistence farmers and the smaller scale farmers, access to affordable insurance. We've seen in the last year a spate of natural disasters that have occurred around the country. Many of the farmers cannot wait for a year for a disaster to be declared. They need to access money immediately to get through the immediate crisis. I believe that an innovative state-backed insurance scheme is the way to go, much along the lines of SASRIA, and I think this would immediately release funds for these farmers to be able to get the assistance they need to get back on their feet as quickly as possible. The fifth priority area is biosecurity, and biosecurity has to become everybody's responsibility. Many of our international markets and markets on the continent are constrained through a lax biosecurity regime in South Africa. By focusing on improving biosecurity and making biosecurity everybody's responsibility, not just the farmers, I think we'll be able to shift that and make South Africa's products more sought after around the world, open more markets for them, and ensure that many, many more players enter the value chain and contribute to the export. The sixth is advocacy for a growing sector. There are many issues that affect the agricultural sector which don't fall in the department. Things like rural safety, the state of water from municipalities, the contamination of irrigation schemes through flowing sewage, the ability to get goods to market through ports. And the department has to work closely with other departments in a joined up way across government so that we can, as a sector, overcome these constraints. Finally, improving food security. South Africa, as the honourable member who introduced this debate, is correct in saying that South Africa faces a major problem with food insecurity. This is underlined by the release last month of the National Food and Nutrition Security Survey, which was released by my department. Food security is not only access to food, but also the quality of food and the consistency of food supply. South Africa also faces a cost of living crisis that is exacerbated by rising food prices. We will use this National Nutrition Survey now what has been able to do is pinpoint food nutrition crisis hotspots around the country, drill down to a district level, and by focusing far more attention on those areas, it allows us to deal with food insecurity in a much more coordinated and data-driven way than ever before. Chairperson, Wandile Sihlobo in his book, A Country of Two Agricultures, talks about the two agricultures in our country. It is essential that we use the next 5 years constructively, working together to bridge those two agricultures and make sure that we make agriculture an inclusive, viable, sustainable, and profitable space for all of our citizens who wish to participate in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now move on to the next speaker, Honorable Mokai.
Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Minister, welcome to our chamber. Honorable members and fellow South Africans, good day. Land restitution and redistribution in our society is a very important issue that affects the lived experiences of many South Africans. Land is an asset that can be used to empower people to restore their dignity. This process also aids in advancing agricultural development and sustained food security. As the Democratic Alliance, we realize and acknowledge the injustices of the past, where indigenous people were dispossessed of their land, and we commit to supporting programs and initiatives that are aimed at redressing those unjust acts. We agree that land reform is not just a moral imperative, but is indeed a social, economic, and constitutional imperative too. Honorable Chairpersons, there are two key elements that are central in this debate, as per the theme, one being restitution and the other being redistribution. The process of restitution has been riddled with corruption and administrative deficiencies. What is needed is a system which allows for greater accountability of government officials, efficient administrative structures, and systems and policies which empower those with the legal right to historically dispossessed land. On the other hand, redistribution is defined, and I quote, a system of discretionary grants that assist certain categories of people to purchase or otherwise acquire land, close quote, and as its core, the objective of enabling citizens to gain land on an equitable basis, as per Section 25 of our Constitution. While there's been much debate around the modality of redistribution, we believe it can be achieved within the confines of our Constitution. The Constitution is not a blame for the rank failure of land reform in the past 30 years. Rather, the ANC has run a chaotic land administration system that has been characterized, and I want to just name a few, a very slow progress in terms of the volume of land transferred. Two, a tenure reform program which has not addressed the insecurity of tenure in communal land areas. Three, an unacceptably high failure rate in terms of agricultural activity on land transferred through the land reform program due to poor government support to resettled farmers. And four, continued uncertainty in terms of the true state of land reform in South Africa in the absence of a land audit which could quantify the contributions of land reform by the private sector. On the other hand, Honorable Chair, the Democratic Alliance supports land reform in South Africa. However, we emphasize an approach that safeguards property rights, promotes economic growth, and ensures that land distribution is both effective and sustainable. The following are just some of the key components of the DA's stance on land distribution. We believe that property rights are fundamental to economic stability and investor confidence, viewing them as essential for creating a secure and prosperous economy. Instead of amending the Constitution to allow expropriation without compensation, the DA advocates for solutions that protect these rights while enabling fair and equitable land reform. The DA argues that ineffective government management and corruption are the primary barriers to successful land reform, not constitutional limitations. We call for transparent land distribution process free from corruption that prioritizes fair and timely transfers to deserving beneficiaries. I just want to turn also to the agricultural aspects, and I thank the Minister for those inputs that he has made. While we support numerous interventions to promote agricultural development for economic growth, such as investing in agricultural projects, exposing farmers to export markets, and ensuring we support them, there are key players in the agri-value chain, and those are the workers. The Western Cape Agriculture Department has placed great attention on the development and support of the agricultural workers. This is done through various programs to recognize the important and crucial role these workers play in the agri-value chain. The head of this department, Dr. Mogale Sebopetsa, recently on the Agri Worker Awards, and I quote him, he said the Western Cape Prestige Agri Worker Awards is not only about individual recognition, it is also aimed at enhancing the image and socio-economic conditions of agri workers and their families. And he further went on to say, this competition offers agri workers new skills, knowledge, and opportunities for career growth, broadening their understanding of the agricultural sector and inspiring them to reach new heights. I close quote. This Honorable Chairperson is just but one example of the many initiatives that the DA-led Western Cape government does in uplifting and enhancing the socio-economic needs of the agri workers. As I conclude, the Democratic Alliance understands that land reform is not just a political slogan or a campaign pit stop. It is a matter of dignity, economic opportunity, and justice. We need real, effective policies, not roadblocks dressed up as reform. While the ANC and others may be content to idle along with half-hearted attempts and empty rhetoric, the DA is here to drive real land reform that empowers our communities and creates lasting change. This approach highlights the failure of the governing party over the 30 years on land reform promises, while presenting the DA as a committed to meaningful action. And those will be my inputs, Chair. I thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. Order. We now move on to the next speaker, Honorable Mabilo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, colleagues. Bagaetsho dumelang. The land dispossession in South Africa has a long history dating back to colonialism. In South Africa, we can characterize it as colonialism of a special type, where the colonizer and colonized live in the same geographic boundaries. The land question in South Africa goes back to more than a century, to the 1913 Native Act, Land Act, which provided legislation form to the process of dispossession, in particular for Africans. Into ya rona e kgolo ya kgololosego ke lefatshe, ilizwe. Honorable Chairperson, it is just and proper for us to pose this question. What is the land restitution situation today? Honorable Chair, there are 5,407 land restitution claims left to settle after 83,067 claims were settled between the year 1995 and the year 2023. Approximately 2.3 million people have benefited from the land distribution, for which a total of 25 billion was paid. For recipients who opted for financial rather than territorial reimbursement, an additional 225 billion was allocated. This is between the year 1998 and the year 2023. With a total of 1,494 claims which were settled, primarily as a result of what we call the Kuyas plan, which aims to clear the backlog of claims before 1998. Among other things, the Kuyasa strategy ensures that Commission has the necessary resources to restore all land rights for claims made before the year 1998. It is anticipated that transfers and subsidies will account for 25.9 billion or 47.7% of the total spending during the MTEF period. This consists of 1, conditional grants to provinces, 2, the grants for Ilima Letsema projects, 3, the land care program, and the comprehensive agricultural support program, transfers to public entities, and grants for land reform and restitution. At an average of 2.1%, employees' compensation is projected to increase from 4.2 billion in the year 2023 to 24 to 4.5 billion in the year 2026-2027, accounting to a total of 24.8%, which in rands and figures translates into 12.9 billion of total spending. At an average annual rate of 2.6%, a total spending is expected to increase from 16.8 billion in 2023-2024 to 18.1 billion, and in the year 2026-27, it should be equally like that. Honorable Chair, it should be noted that despite all the difficulties the nation has encountered in reducing the impact of the manufacturing sector on our economy, the ANC-led government has had some successes putting a localization strategy into practice. Farmers today in South Africa have made significant progress in lowering their dependency on government subsidies by obtaining the services they require from farmer organizations and the private sector. The cabinet has approved a total amount of 4.3 billion in departmental budget for the MTEF period through the Industrial Development Corporation, the IDC. We as a nation have access to industrial finances, and we have put in place competition settlement for large companies typically found in the retail, food, beverage, petroleum, and financial services sector, to name but a few. The COVID-19 special measures, which were intended to increase local production and medical needs, such as vaccines, hand sanitizers, masks, surgical gowns, and ventilators, have been successful. We have created a master plan, Honorable Chair, to primarily develop auto components in poultry and sugar in our economy. This will result in reduction of 1.8 billion in funding for the reinstitution discretionary grant and 3.5 million in transfers to agricultural land holding account. As a result, it is projected that the number of farmers receiving aid from the Land Development Support Program will decrease from 66 in 2023-24 to 77 to the year 2026-2027, and that the number of land claims that require resolution will decrease from 459 in 23-24 to 406 in the year 2026-2027. Honorable Chair, we must make investments in sustainable agriculture by putting into practice farming methods that are socially acceptable, technologically feasible, economically feasible, environmentally non-degrading, and allow for conservation of land, water, and plant and animal genetic resources, which we call smart agriculture. An agro-system site-specific application that support ecological and biodiversity conservation and satisfy current demands without jeopardizing the capacity to satisfy future ones is as a well-designated system of plant and animal production practices in the forestry, fisheries, and agriculture sectors. Honorable Chair, in order to boost rural employment and to assist smallholder farmers, industrialization efforts are in play, and we promote economic development in rural areas. The department will keep implementing the agri-parks model, which comprises constructing farmer production support units, agri-hubs, irrigation schemes, and other similar economic infrastructure. In addition to succeeding, enacting tariffs and trade measures to support textile, foundries, and street mini mills, we have witnessed investment allowances through edible oils and electric products. Honorable Chair, in order to encourage economic diversification, we must correctly implement the economic recovery construction plan, which calls for focus on inclusive growth through significant infrastructure investment. The government is totally committed to reindustrialization, export promotion, and employment-oriented strategic localization. In addition to ensuring that gender equality and the economic inclusion of women and young people are implemented practically, we are dedicated to bolstering food security and assisting in the recovery and expansion of tourism in our country. As a major player in the global economy, we must figure out how to protect ourselves from unfair practice and grow the poultry sector in order to lower imports and achieve self-sufficiency. The rise in imported chicken is concerning because it directly affects domestic poultry, which provided the majority of our population of food and employment security. The avian influenza outbreak in our nation's poultry industry further complicates the matters. The broiler eggs, a day-old thick chicken supply industries make up poultry sector, which accounts for 41% of our annual GDP and estimated to contribute 20% of the local GDP. Since the department has been dedicated to providing education and skills to the participants in the sector, this level of success in the sector also comes with some challenges. Farmers in South Africa have made significant progress in lowering their dependency on government subsidies by obtaining the services they require from farmer organizations and the private sector. Over the years, our department focus has shifted to supporting commercial farming in order to factor growth and development in areas like basic research, rural infrastructure, and epidemic and pest control. The high rates of food insecurity and poverty that are present in the majority of subsistence households continue to worry us as a movement, as a government. In order to guarantee food security for our communities, small and medium and black farmers must be supported by this government in their efforts to become self-sufficient. Challenges like lack of funding, education and training, as well as lack of access to new technology are main obstacles in facing rural women and farmers. Laws and policies that demonstrate discriminatory behavior assist rural women in relation to land and natural resources ownership, as well as matters pertaining to inheritance and property and legal capacity are still being reviewed, amended and repealed by the government. The ANC-led government has implemented a rural infrastructure development strategy that prioritizes ensuring rural women benefit from socio-economic development services and assisting rural communities in having equitable access to them. By collaborating with pertinent stakeholders, efforts have been made to ensure that rural infrastructure is provided in such as building agri-parks, farmer production support units, and agri-hubs, in accordance with the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, which has proven to be a success. It is crucial to realize that despite our efforts to diversify our economy, there are still large regions in which the majority of the population still relies on subsistence farming, and young farmers in these areas struggle with productivity due to lack of funding and field training. In contrast to other regions of the nation where there's experienced farmers, we can raise money. Rural farmers in the industry bear the fruit of the difficulties. So if we want to advance and enhance small farming, we must recognize all the obstacles and avoid treating everyone equally. One shoe fits all is not the order of the day. In addition to farming, rural women must be able to care for their families, take care of household costs, and bear the brunt of social and economic hardships in their communities. In order to execute a successful localization strategy, our nation must manufacture the needs to ensure there's progress. Honorable Chair, the Department of Small Business Development has partnered with Netbank to provide 40 million rands to informal fruit and vegetable traders to help them restart their businesses, because the informal sector in our country accounts for about 6% of the GDP and creates 1/3 of all jobs in the country. Agriculture inputs, packaging, specialized logistics, marketing, retail equipment are all the complex value chain that the ANC-led government has created. Agricultural products such as wheat, corn, sugarcane, nuts, poultry, beef, fish, mutton, and wool are abundant in our country. In order to deter immigration, the government has determined the industrial parks, industrial development by boosting economic growth in rural areas and assisting in the creation of jobs in the manufacturing sector. We are dedicated to strengthening cooperation with all parties involved in agriculture extension, biodiversity conservation, and food security, with ensuring that we implement capacity building approach that places farmers at the center of food security. In order to provide the specific capacities that the institution currently lacks, we must start a process of reviving extension within the institution. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, I've stuck to my 15 minutes. In addition to meeting human needs for food and fiber, public servants are there to improve the environment and the natural resources base that support the agriculture economy. We thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mobilo. Very well-timed debate. My greetings to the Minister of Agriculture and the Deputy Minister. Welcome you once again on my behalf and behalf of all the honorable members in the House. We'll move on to the next speaker, and I'm told that the Honorable MEC Siwe is in a very unstable area in terms of a data connection. So we'll allow her to contact, and then if she needs to switch off a cell phone, then we will allow it. So I will now welcome the Honorable MEC from the Eastern Cape, Honorable Kontiswe, to join us.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, to the Honorable House Chair, the Honorable members, and the Minister and the Deputy Minister. I greet you all this afternoon. Please pardon me in terms of opening my video. I've tried to connect and waited in the loop for more than 30 minutes until I had to connect. So I think it's good enough for me to show in the video. My apologies. Yes, we have received the invitation and appreciate it. I would like to confirm myself on the topic given, that is accelerating land distribution.
Honorable MEC, unfortunately, your sound is very unstable. We can hardly hear you clearly. Maybe if you can move to an area where you can get better signal, then we can allow you to continue with your debate later. I will move on to the next speaker while the Honorable MEC gets a better connection. So I'll call upon the Honorable Chirwa Mpongose to debate for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to all the sympathizers of the economic emancipation movement, the only one of its kind in the Southern Africa under the stewardship of the Commander-in-Chief, Julius Sello Malema, and commissars of the EFF. This debate on accelerating land redistribution and agricultural development for inclusive growth is one the EFF takes with utmost seriousness, as it is directly linked to the EFF's first non-negotiable cardinal pillar, expropriation of South Africa's land without compensation for equal redistribution and use. For over 11 years, the EFF has remained true to its foundation, consistently reminding society that the premise of our demise as Africans has comfortably rested on the continuous theft of our land by settlers who are still in possession of it today. Until this reality is reversed in its fullness, until efforts are put in place to avoid this historical debauchery from ever occurring again, all narratives surrounding the development of this nation on agricultural development and land redistribution remain a lie that is meant to lock our people in perpetual servanthood at the mercy of those who are beneficiaries of land theft crimes. There are some dressed in blue who pretend to have a disdain for crimes pertaining to land occupations, land invasions, and land theft. However, in their supposed hatred for this crime, they are content with the land invasions that occurred since 1652. They see no urgency to address the land theft crime of the 1913 Natives Land Act that saw thousands of Black families being forcibly removed from their land by the apartheid government. They defend the 1936 Natives Land Trust and Land Act of South Africa today. Perhaps more truth should guide the politics of why they hate the land invasions and occupations of 2013 when the EFF was formed, but defend the land invasions of 1913 led by the apartheid government. They hate the land occupation program of the EFF in Oliver Bush and Centurion, Blue Hills in Midrand, Whalers Farm in Elandsfontein, off the Golden Highway near El Dorado, Orange Farm, Waterfall, Boven, Delmas, Bethel Extension 5, and numerous other progressive land occupation programs of the EFF. However, Ondlebe's Kanyilang, adorned in blue and no educational qualifications, absolutely adore the land invasions that saw the best parts of the Western Cape given to whites only. They love the land invasions in KwaZulu-Natal that saw Black people being given rocky lands and the best agricultural land being preserved for white elites. They love and will fight us to the very grave in defense of the land invasions in Gauteng, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga that gave over all the minerals, the gold, manganese, chromium, diamonds, coal, and copper to whites only, whilst the Black people are meant to only serve the purpose of dying underneath the belly of the earth as miners. They claim to give us our daily food every day and supposed food security in the agricultural sector, but conveniently forget that 80% of the labor that creates food that we eat in Africa is in actual fact our mothers, Black women, whom in the Eastern Cape and Kokama still get paid a packet of cigarettes and a carton of milk after a week's labor worth on our stolen farms. These are the same people who rejected a motion in Parliament calling for Parliament to intervene on the land invasion against the Molefe family in the West Rand by Prestige Park, a land invasion crime committed in 2023. But however, they also feel that an entire generation must pause on its generational mission to recoup stolen land led by the just and all races people loving EFF. You can't love the land invasion of 1936 that was done through the barrel of a gun and hate the peaceful land occupation led by the EFF of Nana's Farm and Mountain City. This essentially means that you are the very thing you accuse us of. You are the ones that are racist. You are the racial dividers who deem Black people unworthy of living, farming, and owning the land of their forefathers, whilst you protect the proceeds of colonial and apartheid land theft crimes against humanity. The government of President Ramaphosa in 2024 chose those who loved the land theft of 1913 and rejected us who are reversing land theft crimes since 2013. We will never be ashamed of our land occupation programs. We will always choose justice over crime as the EFF. The color blue represents preserving the land theft of 1913 and 1936, and the color red represents expropriation of all land without compensation for equal redistribution and use. They don't want us to occupy land like their grandfathers who did the same thing, because they know that beneath that land lies minerals that are yet to be uncovered. On that land lies the economic liberty that they enjoy on a daily basis. The EFF's approach to land expropriation without compensation is that all land should be transferred to the ownership and custodianship of the state, in a similar way that all mineral and petroleum resources were transferred to the ownership and custodianship of the state through the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act of 2002. This transfer should happen without compensation and should apply to all South Africans, Black, colored, Indian, and white. Under this legislation, no one should be allowed to own land forever, because those who have money can over time buy huge plots of land and use them for counter-developmental private purposes, such as using agricultural land for game farms. Nizothi nivuke ekuseni, and you find that Elon Musk owns the whole of Tshwane because the poor sold it to him. This is why privatization of land, as proposed by the expropriation bill, is a threat to state sovereignty and protection of our people. In line with the Freedom Charter and a new vision of agrarian revolution, the state should also provide implements and related extension services to help those who work the land to use it productively. Furthermore, the state's procurement of food should prioritize small-scale farmers so that small-scale farming becomes a sustainable economic activity for the majority of our people. The state must buy more than 50% of the food for hospitals, prisons, schools from small-scale farmers in order to develop small-scale agriculture. To boost sustainable demand domestically, the South African government should pass legislation that all the food bought by the government for hospitals, schools, prisons, and the like should be sourced from small-scale food producers. This in itself will create sustainable economic activity and inspire many young people to go into food production, because there will be income and financial benefits to boost other economic activities out of it. The economy of food production needs a well-structured protection mechanism and subsidies in order to protect jobs and safeguard food security. Most developed and developing nations are actually doing the same. With a clearly defined and well-structured mechanism, South Africa, which is oddly a net importer of food, can realize the development of the food economy in a manner that exceeds Brazil's. This will add to sustainable job creation efforts, not the kind of short-term jobs created through the infrastructure development. This will, of course, require land reform to be expedited and water supplies to be guaranteed for the sustainability of this important sector of the economy. Government must lead a massive program of food production by ensuring that all arable land in South Africa is placed under production. Government must establish and capitalize agricultural development nodes in each of the 9 provinces to increase the quantity and quality of agricultural production in these areas and create 1 million agricultural jobs. If the EFF was government today, we would maximize agricultural productivity and massively invest in agro-processing in all the 9 provinces through the following initiatives. We would maximally build and support the cultivation and agro-processing of citrus products in the Mopani region, the cultivation of agro-processing of tomatoes in Mopani, the cultivation and agro-processing of avocados, bananas, and other products in the Vembe region of the Limpopo province. We would maximally build and support cattle farming and the agro-processing of the resultant products in the Amahlati region, cultivation and agro-processing of maize in the Chris Hani region, tea in the OR Tambo region, cannabis for industrial and medical processing in the OR Tambo and Alfred Nzo regions of the Eastern Cape, and alu products in Amatole and OR Tambo. We would build and support the cultivation and agro-processing of maize and cherries in the Thabo Mofutsanyane region in the Free State province. We would maximally build and support the cultivation and agro-processing of dry beans, maize, and soybeans in the Gauteng province. We would support the cultivation and agro-processing of potatoes and tomatoes in the Namakwa and Pixley regions, and grapes in the Sianda ZF Nkawu region in the Northern Cape province. The EFF would maximally build and support the cultivation and agro-processing of sugarcane in the eThekwini, Ilembe, and Zululand region, maize in the Umzinyati and Utugela regions, citrus and bananas in Ugwe and Umkhanyakude regions, cattle farming in the Amajuba, Utugela, and Zululand regions, and timber in Umkhanyakude and Sisonke regions in KwaZulu-Natal province. We would build and support the cultivation of agro-processing of oranges, lychees, bananas, narkies, avocados, macadamia nuts, and mangoes in the Ehlanzeni regions, mangoes and bananas in the Bohlabela region, peaches, plums, and maize in the Nkangala region, and timber and maize in the Garsibande region in Mpumalanga. The EFF would build and support the cultivation of agro-processing of sunflowers and maize in the Ngaka Modiri Mulema region, cattle and poultry farming in the whole of the Northwest Province, and cattle farming in Taung. We would build and support the cultivation of agro-processing of grapes and onions in the Cape Winelands region, increase the production of wine, cattle and sheep, livestock and grapes in the Central Karoo, West Coast and Overberg regions in the Western Cape Province. The EFF government would also increase the production of potatoes, onions and animal productions in the West Coast region, and livestock production in the Overberg region in the Western Cape. This would also include abalone, especially in Hermanus in the Western Cape. The EFF government would ensure that young and emerging Black farmers in all these agricultural developmental nodes are prioritized and receive technical and financial support. The EFF would ensure that a minimum of 50% of them are women. These are EFF policy positions that the media will not show you. And we are giving them to you free of charge, absolutely free of charge. But there is no EFF government today. Yet, what we have is Mr. John Steenhuisen, who has absolutely no idea on how to bring about agricultural development and land justice. Sadly, not even a UNISA degree can save him because his commitment rests on adorning apartheid colors and giving jobs that belong to educated youth, to illiterate racists who rely on their skin color to secure jobs and stolen land. We are grateful as the youth of South Africa that a vehicle with ideological clarity like that of the EFF actually exists. We are grateful that in the midst of those who conveniently forget that this sector is formulated on vicious crimes against humanity, the EFF exists to rectify and steer our nation towards justice. This not just in speech. We do actual land occupation programs, an idea that is here to stay. Economic freedom in our lifetime. My boy, Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now move on to the next Honorable Member on the list. I will await for the MEC from the Eastern Cape to indicate to us that she has better connection. So we'll now move on to the Honorable Majola.
Honorable Deputy Chair, Minister and Deputy Minister, honorable members, allow me, Deputy Chair, to join the previous speaker with regards to emphasizing the importance of the issue in debate today. Honorable Deputy Chair, the issue is not important in a sense that it emphasizes the acceleration of land and redistribution of agricultural development and inclusive growth. But Honorable Deputy Chair, it also speaks of a restoring of a dignity, rectifying a historical injustice, and unlocking the full potential of our economy in South Africa. Deputy Chair, the legacy of colonialism and apartheid left a deep change in the land ownership pattern in South Africa. As of 2017, white individual, Honorable Deputy Chair, owned 72% of the country's agricultural land, while South Africans, blacks, only own merely 4%. This gross disparity of direction consequences is a symbol of dispossession and exclusion. Honorable Deputy Chair, during the State of the Nation address this year, the Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa announced that approximately 25% of land has already returned to the Black South Africa through various land reformed initiative. However, These figures is, however, misleading. It includes nearly 3% of the land that Black individuals, not through the land reforms processes, but through the individuals that have purchased through the open market processes and using their own finance rather than through the government-led reform. This conflation of purchase of land, government redistribution effort may distort the public understanding and effectiveness and impact of the land reformed policies implication since the end of apartheid. By clarifying this distinction, we can better access the progress being made towards the achieving of true land and equity. Deputy Chair, the South African, the research report clearly states that South Africa has totally of the total land area of 122 million hectares, which of which 82.2 million hectares is allocated through the agriculture commercial, allocated for commercial agriculture. Let's make this topic very important. The initial goal, Deputy Chair, was to distribute 30% of the agricultural totaling 24 million hectares. However, between 1994 and 2013, only 8 million hectares were redistributed. From 1994 to March 2023, the land reform program successfully allocated approximately 9.6 hectares, which 8.8 million hectares obtained through restitution. This account for about 11% of land, totaling 8.2 million hectares of agricultural land, or 55% of 16 million hectares targeted by the NDP for 2030. The government initially set an ambition to target redistribution 30% of agricultural land, which equates to 26 million hectares, which with the aim of addressing the historical land inequality. However, the report indicates that between 1994 and 2013, only 8 hectares of land were successfully distributed, falling short of expectations. To further access program, the land reform program has allocated approximately 9.2 million hectares of land from 1994 up until March 2023. Notable, out of this amount, 38 million of hectares have been acquired through restitution effort, which are designed to retain the land to the individual or communities disposed of land in the past. In total, the redistribution of land comprises of 11.2% of the 82 million hectares earmarked for the commercial agriculture. Furthermore, it represents 56.6% of 16.4 million hectares of land that are aimed for redistribution outlined in the National Development Plan by 2030. These details assessment highlight both progress made and challenges that remain to be achieved in terms of equitable land distribution in South Africa. Deputy Chair, with regards to the impact of the pieces of legislations that were used for the land possession, one amongst it's the 1913 Native Land Act. The 1913 Native Act unjustifiably confined the Black people to 7% of the country's land. a restriction that was later increased to 13% by 1938. That's through this piece of legislation. Deputy Chair, allow me to highlight some few benefits through this land possession using the pieces of legislation. One, it reaped a substantial profit from the farming on a prime agricultural land. Two, it extracted red from the reserve, which were later designed as the homeland. And then the last one, it established the migration labor system, turned into a chip later into a various industry, maintaining a circle of economy. Again, Deputy Chair, there are several sectors of economy that were impacted. Number one is the mining sector. Mining sector, noting the fact that is a cornerstone of the South African economy, in particular in terms of gold and diamond extractions. Much of this mineral-rich land has been forcibly acquired or exploited through this possession. The mining sector has contributed trillions of rands to economy, yet wealth remains concentrated in the hands of the selected few stakeholders. The real estate, which is number two. Prime land in the cities and town was explicitly reserved for a white ownership, enforced by forced removal under the Group Errors Act, which directly fueled profitable urban development. This policy unequivalently generated wealth through the real estate
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honourable Farmer. Honourable Farmer, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson, and believe me, I do have a well worked out speech over there. But when Honourable Mackay stand here and grandstand about the Western Cape and how they deal with the workers on farms, I thought the record just need to be set straight. I was working as an administrator at the constituency office in Piketberg when a farm worker came in and complained, to lay a complaint. I asked him what it's about. He said he was chased out of work on a farm and he was asked to vacate his house. I asked him what happened. He said his wife went into labor. He ran to the farm owner to ask him to take his wife into town to the hospital. The landowner said it's none of his business. He must go back to work. This farm worker then ran to the neighboring farm and asked that farm owner to come and take his wife to hospital. That farm owner jumped into his buggy, came over, took his wife into town to hospital. When this farm worker returned to his work, he was chased off the farm and asked to vacate his house. Now, you come here, you brag about what happens on the Western Cape. You're not from the Western Cape. You believe things that you were told by your handlers, and now you come and grandstand here about how good the Western Cape is with its farm workers.
Point of order.
Let me read to you.
Point of order. Chairperson.
Sorry, Honourable Farmer, could you take your seat, please? On what rule are you standing, Honourable Billy?
Chairperson, I'm rising on point rule 69.
Yes, rule 69 is point of order, but
yes, as you check that Deputy Chair, the Honourable Farmer is casting aspersions on the member Mokai, calling him or referring to him as having handlers. I think that is completely out of order, and I would want you to rule on that as I believe that he is casting aspersions on him.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Billy. Honorable Farmer, could you withdraw that remark, please?
I withdraw, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. You may continue.
Chairperson, the next issue is the farmer who is accused of assault the disabled person on his farm. On Friday, 8 November 2024, was arrested and charged on Friday, 15 November, after the police drove after him for a whole week. It is alleged that he threatens the victims on Friday in front of the police that he will kill him wherever he got him. It is further alleged that the suspect also told the police that he don't want a black investigating officer on his farm. Despite all of this, we're shocked to find out yesterday morning that this man was given 5,000 Rand police bail on Friday afternoon. Chairperson, for the honourable member to speak about the plight of our farm workers out here in the Western Cape. He needs to allow me to take him to a farm that the farm owner sold without telling those workers a single word. He jumped in his bakkie, took his wife and left. Those workers are still on that farm, not working, not doing anything, not knowing where their bread is coming from. They don't know the new owner. No new owners is presenting himself, nothing. When it comes to the farm workers in the Western Cape, there's stories and stories and stories that can be told. A lot of them. So don't even dare to believe whatever you are told by your bosses. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. We now move on to the next honorable member, and that's the Honorable MEC from Limpopo, the Honorable Kekana. Honorable Kekana, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, MECs present, and Honorable Members. Honorable Chairperson,
Honorable MEC, can you please put on your video so that we can see your face? We'd like to see who we are speaking with.
Oh, okay, my apology, let me.
Switch on your camera, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chairperson. My apology, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, MECs, and Honorable Members present. Honorable Chairperson, land redistribution and agricultural development are critical in addressing historical injustices, achieving inclusive growth, and ensuring food security in South Africa. These initiatives are further emphasized by the urgent global priorities discussed at COP29 on climate change, and equally the increasing prevalence of foodborne diseases that threaten public health and economic stability. Additionally, the role of vulnerable groups in economic participation across the continuum and agricultural value chains must be central to these strategies. COP29 Chairperson underscored the urgency of mitigating climate change which impacts particularly in agriculture where extreme weather events like droughts and floods disrupt production. The conference highlighted the need for sustainable land and water management practices to build resilience in agricultural systems. Chairperson, we should appreciate that issues of land reform are placed directly on the National Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, although with significant impact to the province as far as agricultural development and farmer support is concerned. It is against this background, Chairperson, that the department has transformed this sector in the inclusion of women, youth, persons with disabilities, and military veterans to participate in the agricultural mainstream economic activities through programs such as CASP, Ilima Lichima, revitalization of agriculture and agro-processing value chain, and presidential economic stimulus program that seeks to align with national goals for food security and inclusive growth. Chairperson Dr. Matthews Posa emphasized recently at the Limpopo Investment Conference that land ownership in South Africa remains highly skewed due to past discriminatory policies. Only 11.5%, which is 9.5 million hectares of agricultural land, has been redistributed to previously disadvantaged individuals by March 2024, falling short of the NDP's target of 16.5 million hectares by 2030. Honorable Chairperson, just this Friday, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Limpopo has launched the 2024 planting season at the Diwe Farm in Tabazimbi. One young woman, Lindiwe Mutakala, the owner of Diwe Farming, has shown resilience with her strategic partner, Jan Bays, who leases 38 hectares to her. She says her only wish is to have access to land so that she could be able to expand. She would like to move from small scale to commercial farming. She has the appetite, but only lacks land. We will provide necessary support to assist her to acquire the land and expand to the desired level. Chairperson, despite the notable progress that the department has achieved for farmer support and agricultural development, our farmers, especially the backyard farmers, subsistence and small-scale farmers, still experience challenges such as the cases where the private landowners who often demand inflated prices and reject evaluation reports by the Office of the Valuer General. The budgetary constraints is also one of the challenges that our farmers are facing. The turnaround time for the disaster management, for the declaration of disaster, that impacts negatively on the farmers, in particular in our province, where we have experienced the black frost together with the veld fire drought. Access to the inadequate water and, most importantly, water rights, severely limiting productivity. The land tenure uncertainty is also a challenge. The biosecurity and the effects of climate change that disrupt agricultural inputs. Lack of market, especially in the areas designated as red line zones, which is Mopani and Vembe, to curb the spread of outbreaks of diseases like foot and mouth disease. Instability in the CPA due to the abuse of power by the persons elected in the committee and limited intervention by state to that effect. And that in itself derails progress in terms of accelerating farmer support and agricultural development. We therefore call upon the intergovernmental relation in all spheres of governance and collaboration with the private sector for the expansion of agricultural product, inclusive economic growth, thus creating jobs, reducing poverty, and tackling the cost of living. I so move, and I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kekana. We'll now go back to the MEC from the Eastern Cape. I am told that she is now in a better connected area. So, Honorable Kontiswe, can you now join the sitting?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable House Chair, Honorable members. I've already greeted, but I would like to greet the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister. I will confine myself on the topic given, that is saying accelerating land distribution and agricultural development for growth. The National Development Plan states that land reform will unlock the potential for a dynamic, growing and employment-generating agricultural sector. However, land reform alone without strong post-settlement support will not yield the desired outcomes. The NDP bases land reform on the following principles. 1, to enable more rapid transfer of agricultural land to Black beneficiaries without distorting land markets or business confidence in the agribusiness sector. Ensure sustainable production on transferred land by making sure that human capabilities precede land transfer through incubators, learnerships, mentoring, apprenticeship, and accelerated training in agricultural science. Also establish monitoring institutions to protect land markets from opportunism, corruption, and speculation. Bring land transfer targets in line with fiscal and economic realities to ensure that land is transferred successfully. Offer white commercial farmers and organized industry bodies the opportunity to significantly contribute to the success of Black farmers through mentorship, chain integration, preferential procurement, and meaningful skills development. In the Eastern Cape province alone, since 1994, a total of 561,487 hectares, that translates to 854 farms, has been distributed. While the figures look promising, the biggest challenge is that there has been no direct correlation between the land distributed and increases in agricultural production. This unfortunate consequence has been demonstrated in several recent surveys, such as in 2017 Financial Fiscal Commission report on land transformation that shows that across the country, smallholder farms on average produce only 25 to 35% of their potential. The premise of the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan is that to date, the Black share output in most commodities across the country is still below 5%. The recent Human Science Research Council report on National Food and Nutrition Security Survey also has demonstrated that, for example, in the Eastern Cape, only 67% households have access to land, but 37% of that land is put into productive agricultural use. Stats SA data demonstrate that in the province of the Eastern Cape, 5.7% of the farming population are large commercial enterprises that generate 62.4% of the farming income and create 50.2% of employment, in contrast of 47% farming population constituted by smallholder farmers to generate only 2.6% of the farming income, with only 6.3% employment created. While the Eastern Cape has been used to demonstrate a point here, the situation was almost the same across all provinces. While we may be reporting large tracts of land transferred to Black heads, it is worth mentioning that in 2017 land audit on who owns South Africa revealed that statistics that demonstrate that there has been little change in agriculture land ownership pattern. To date, Africans own on average 4% of the land, while whites still own 72%. When it comes to gender parity, situation has not improved, either since the same report has shown that land ownership remains with the male dominated at 71%, with female owning only 11%. On growing agriculture sector, agricultural development for growth have not kept abreast with land redistribution. Hence, there is a need for a concerted effort to put land reform farms into production for agro-processing and exports. The Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan seeks to put into effect one of the National Development Plan recommended principles that of creating a coexistence between established commercial farmers and the smallholder sector to realize a growth trajectory that will transform the sector, grow the economy, and create more jobs. The NDP did set a premise on which we should focus. Hence, the Agro-Processing Master Plan is a policy directive that government, supported by all society and private sector, should pursue the commitment and vigor. The NDP was clear that we must strengthen the agriculture and food regulation architecture. 2, improve training in agriculture and agro-processing. 3, improve and diversify access to agricultural technical expertise and innovation. Rapidly advance agriculture and agro-processing. Expedite a coordinated plan to accelerate land reform. As alluded to above, the agricultural master plan is institutionalizing the NDP, and the 6 pillars it is premised on will set the sector on a trajectory that will not only grow the economy but also create jobs. Our efforts then should be focused on the following pillars. 1, resolving policy ambiguities and creating an investment-friendly environment. Inventing in maintaining enabling infrastructure critical to industry such as electricity, roads, rail, and ports. Providing comprehensive farmer assistance, development finance, research and development, and extension services. Improve food security, increasing production, employment, and ensuring decency and inclusivity. Also facilitating market expansion, improving market access and promoting trade. Improving localized food production, reducing imports, and expanding on agro-processing and exports. The challenges around food security remain one of the major concerns, and the public expect the sector to play a pivotal role in alleviating pain of going to bed without food. This is an anomaly in the country that is technically food secure, that the household that can be described as so food insecure, up to severely food insecure. It is important that we improve on the capability of our people to access food, which currently is impeded by high food prices, unemployment rate, high cost of production food, amongst others. The National Food and Nutrition Plan, spearheaded by the sector departments and social development, is one of the strategies that need urgent implementation. The plan advocates the following: increase income of households, create employment, ensure water security, enhance food safety, invest in post-harvest and agro-processing, establish food banks, promote domestic food production. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, I am bringing in this aspect because it is evident that it is intrinsically aligned and embedded on the intentions of the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, which will put land reform farms into production and agro-processing and exports. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We'll now move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Pinar. Honorable Pinar, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable members, Honorable Minister, there you are, Chairperson or Deputy Chairperson, and as always, my fellow South Africans, goeiedag, tobela. Today, this House faces a question we as a country have been debating for decades. How do we resolve land claims while at the same time ensuring we can feed the citizens of our beloved country? In order for us to pave the way forward, we must agree on what not to do. The perfect example of this would, of course, be on how Zimbabwe went about it. Let us follow their timeline for a moment. Between the year 2000 and 2001, over 4,000 productive farmers were forcibly removed from their properties without compensation in that country's so-called land reform program by the Robert Mugabe government. A few months later, in February of 2002, the World Food Programme of the UN already had to start distributing food in that country, as the citizens were suffering from food shortages. For the last 2 decades, Zimbabwe has received hundreds of millions of dollars in food aid, mostly from the UN and the United States. And in this year alone, the United States donated $62 million in food aid. That's over 1.1 billion rand in food aid for this year alone. In October this year, the Zimbabwe Finance Minister, Mr. Nkubu, announced that the government will compensate the farmers whose land was illegally seized by the Robert Mugabe government to the tune of $35 billion. Why am I bringing this up? Colleagues, I'm concerned that some populist parties with communist tendencies in this House will today make demands of land expropriation without compensation, to a loud cheer of the gallery, not knowing they are actually cheering for the people of the country to go hungry. To my more reasonable colleagues in the House, those who are builders and not breakers, if any of these calls are answered, the people of South Africa will suffer, and our food security will be in crisis. Just last week, our economics cluster sat with the Office of the AG, and they confirmed what we all know. The vast majority of land claimants prefer financial compensation over land. Now, of course, at the same time, we must encourage those who want to farm and add value to the breadbasket of the country to do so. And the state must stand ready to assist where possible. But we must start by distributing state-owned land, specifically farmland that the government currently holds and that stands at an estimate of more than 2.5 million hectares. This can be easily transferred to land claimants without it costing the government exorbitant amounts of money that can rather be used to grow the economy and build infrastructure. The Minister of Land Reform can sign over state farmland with a title deed, of course, to those who want to farm. The days of the government renting out its farmland should come to an end. Give the people the dignity of allowing them to own the soil they work. What we cannot and must never do is disenfranchise our commercial farmers who produce the food we eat on a daily basis and moreover providing thousands of jobs across the country. As a government, we must protect the rights of all of our citizens, the land claimers and our farmers. Let us learn from our neighbors to the north, colleagues. Let us ensure that we grow the economy and strengthen trade deals like AGOA, especially now with the newly elected President of the United States of America, Donald Trump. We need to ensure this GNU government's relationship starts off on the right foot come January to ensure our place at the table for economic prosperity. In closing, Deputy Chairperson, let us give reassurances to our farmers that their property rights will always be protected. And lastly, colleagues, you know, the EFF made a very passionate speech earlier talking about a lot of building and what they are planning to build. I just want to remind my colleagues in the EFF, 5 years ago, they were also talking about building a school in this country. Still today, not one brick has been laid. So the EFF should rather not speak about building anything in this country. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
May I take your seat?
Houses for the
Chair.
Honourable Member, on what rule are you standing?
I stand on Rule 61, 61B. And it's a pity, Chairperson, that you allowed the Speaker to leave the podium. Now relax. Makai, relax.
Can you make your point, please?
Before I make the point, let me understand, would you allow the Speaker to come back to answer?
No, we can't allow him to come back.
So I rose my hand with the understanding that the man was
But
still on the podium.
he had already concluded.
No, but the man was still on the podium.
He has already concluded. He said he.
No, but he was still on the podium when I raised my hand, sir.
Yeah, no, that's a technicality. I was observing.
No, sir. I mean, your GNU, this nonsense, I don't know.
All right, we move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honourable Vandenberg. You have 5 minutes. All right, order, honourable members. Honourable members, order, please allow the speaker on the podium to have his 5 minutes.
Honourable Deputy Chairman, Minister, land redistribution is claimed as a necessary step towards addressing historical injustice and achieving the heavenly inclusive growth. The agricultural sector and land is viewed as a key catalyst to stimulating labor-intensive growth for the poor. Redistribution of land is then justified due to so-called severe inequality in the ownership of and access to land between black and white South Africans. Chair, the number quoted is very outdated, and black land ownership has changed over the last 30 years. Also, most South African farmland is arid and cannot be farmed. The quality grade of the land should also be equated with the size of it. You will be surprised at how equal it becomes. Chairman, even with all the redistribution you can possibly imagine, it will not be the catalyst we so desperately desire. We must recognize that land is only one component of the agricultural equation. Access to land does not automatically equate to successful farming. Many land reform initiatives have shown that acquiring land is just the beginning. The real challenges arise in terms of utilizing the necessary support, resources, and infrastructure to transform that land into productive agricultural holdings. Currently, this is mostly achieved by commercial farming institutions. Smaller scale farming is a lifestyle choice with long hours, hard work, and high risks. Perhaps government should first invest into tempering the expectations of the potential farmers and provide agricultural education. The education department is not even training agricultural teachers. Without adequate access to finance, training, and technology, newly allocated land will remain underutilized and unproductive. Therefore, the focus should not merely be on redistribution, but rather on comprehensive support measures that ensure all farmers can thrive. Many commercial farmers in South Africa who have invested years of hard work and capital into their farms contribute significantly to our agricultural output and employ a substantial number of workers. Displacing these established enterprises through aggressive land redistribution can lead to the loss of jobs, decreased productivity, and ultimately lower food security for all South Africans. Is this not the opposite of what we aim to achieve? In addition, the issue of community land tenure must be addressed. While land reforms aim to empower previously marginalized communities, communal land ownership can often lead to a lack of individual responsibility and investment. Conflicts over land usage, poor management practices, and inadequate government structures in communal settings can result in a common scenario where no one takes ownership and thus productivity suffers. Why do we not rather focus on creating projects where smaller scale irrigated and feasible plots are made available to young households willing to take on the lifestyle? And when they show success, they can be supported in acquiring more land and responsibility. In conclusion, while land redistribution is a noble goal aimed at addressing historical injustices, it must not be viewed as the solution for agricultural development in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable van den Berg. We now have the pleasure to welcome the Honorable Deputy Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development. Welcome to the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Minister. Matabata, you have 15 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, allow me to first dispel a myth that I think needs to be dispelled. The African National Congress has never lived under a myopic or illusionary belief that the land question can be resolved over a short period of 30 years. Hence, in 1992, when we discovered that we are going to take political hegemony through a negotiated settlement and not armed siege of power as we had anticipated, we then developed what we call Ready to Govern. And in that document, the African National Congress made it very clear that we are not going to make parliamentary politics an end in itself. Hence, will remain a liberation movement and register as a political party. Because we understand very clearly that parliamentary politics are a site of struggle, not an end in its own. Having said that, Honorable Chairperson, we knew very well that land is one of the critical factors of production. Besides its economic importance, land has a historic significance. How people relate to land further involves a variety of social relations. In other social, scientific, intellectual discourse, it is also referred to as an object of labor. The connection between land and the historically oppressed majority in South Africa was violently disrupted by the successive colonial and apartheid regimes that prevailed in this country until 1994. Dispossession, discrimination, and systematic underdevelopment of the oppressed by the oppressor regimes played a key role in this historical injustice. The wars of land and disposition and conquest robbed the people of their heritage, their pride, and their dignity. Therefore, our struggle for liberation was a struggle for land, freedom, and development for all amongst other principal goals. In the early 1990s, the negotiated settlements in South Africa laid a foundation for a peaceful land reform program under constitutional democracy, especially guided by the Section 25 of our Constitution. Flowing from the Constitution, we have a three-pronged approach to land reform, namely restitution of land rights, security of tenure, and redistribution. Honorable Chairperson, despite all this, there has been progress in advancing the constitutional obligation in the last 30 years. However, we do not make history under conditions of our own choosing. Therefore, one is also quick to acknowledge that where it is not being of the difficult conditions under which we make history, including the stubborn legacy of the past, has been done to reverse the impact of over 300 years of colonial and apartheid land dispossession and associated marginalization of the majority. Besides the efforts that the government has undertaken, the country remains an unequal society, and access to land with secure tenure rights is still limited to in various ways. Nevertheless, and as part of the progress we have made since the inception of the land reform program in 1994, a total of 5.3 million hectares of land have been acquired through the land redistribution. This has benefited over 315,000 persons, inclusive of labor tenants, farm dwellers, and extension of security tenure occupiers. It is important to note that the 5.3 million hectares includes 2.4 million hectares acquired through a proactive land acquisition strategy. In the past 5 years, between 2019 and 2024 alone, the department and the state at large have redistributed 305,990 hectares. In this, 127,525 hectares were allocated to women and 111,071 hectares were allocated to young people, while 2.781 hectares were allocated to people with disabilities. Under the land restitution pillar, which is administered through the Commission of Restitution of Land Rights, a total of 83,067 claims have been settled between 1995 and 2023, leaving 5,407 outstanding claims to be settled. Thereafter, between 2019 and 2024, a total of 1,494 claims were settled. About 2.3 million people have benefited from land restitution, where a total of 25 billion rands was spent on the restitution of approximately 4 million hectares. To be specific, it was 3,972.331 hectares. An additional 22.5 billion rands has been spent on financial compensation for those beneficiaries who opted to receive financial compensation instead of land being transferred. In the effort to accelerate land reform, His Excellency, our President Cyril Ramaphosa, established an interministerial committee on land reform and agriculture. As part of its role, the interministerial committee provides political and strategic leadership on the implementation of land reform, the provision of post-settlement support, and the facilitation of urban and rural development, as well as human settlement to build a just and prosperous society. Initiated in 2018, this brilliant effort laid a firm foundation for the sixth administration to fast-track land reform, comprising 11 ministers and chaired by the Deputy President. The Interministerial Committee signaled the government's commitment to accelerate land reform and linked with that, support inclusive growth and employment creation. These are the top priorities for the seventh administration, along with tackling the high cost of living and poverty, as well as building an ethical and capable developmental state. To support the work of the Interministerial Committee, President Ramaphosa also appointed the Presidential Advisory Panel of Land Reform and Agriculture in 2018. This was done to provide unified policy perspective of land reform, including restitution, redistribution, and tenure, as well as agriculture. The panel was constituted by talented and hardworking South Africans coming from diverse backgrounds, mainly in land reform and agriculture. Its work culminated in a report with 73 recommendations, of which 60 recommendations were endorsed by the Cabinet in 2019. These recommendations have been integrated into the core of the program of action of the Interministerial Committee on Land Reform. The Interministerial Committee has also focused on strengthening the coordination and leadership of land reform and agriculture at the national government level. It continues to serve as a catalyst to support the government's effort to accelerate land reform. This includes the mobilization of state resources to increase efficiency, integrate post-settlement support, and ensure the sustainability of land redistribution and restitution. All this is crucial in pursuing inclusive growth. This work was in line with the President's commitment to accelerate the land reform program to resolve the historical injustice and bring more producers into the agricultural production. This objective integrates making more land available for cultivation towards food security. It also seeks to support rural and urban economic development, strengthening associated value chain and tracking poverty. The current administration has embraced this initiative and it is building on it to pursue in the pursuit of accelerated land reform, not only redistribution, but also restitution and tenure. The department, working through the Interministerial Committee of Land Reform and Agriculture, is committed to advance accelerated land reform towards the constitutional imperative of ensuring equitable access to land in the Republic. Honorable House Chairperson, the following measures, therefore, form part of our focus to accelerate land reform. One, the Interministerial Committee will continue to serve as a catalyst to fast-track land restitution and redistribution. Two, it will help oversee progress on legislative process intended to conclude current and pending legislative bills. Three, this process will contribute to the imperative of developing and overseeing mechanisms for expeditious resolution of land claims and disputes. Four, it will help to foster productive use of land reform, land from restitution and redistribution processes, including land with high biodiversity value in and outside protected areas. Five, this process will help drive the development and implementation of post-settlement support interventions, among others, to enhance production and inclusive economic growth. Six, the effort integrates developing an action plan specifically directed at enhancing productive use of communal land. This is also part of the wider national imperative to raise the levels of production to meet the material needs of the people towards a better life for all. This program also seeks to ensure and sustains security of tenure for farm dwellers and land already occupied by the households without negatively impacting on production. It integrates refining and implementing measures to address governance and capacity constraints around communal property associations, as well as to improve institutional capacity to accelerate land reform, including particularly finalizing outstanding land claims. The work of the Interministerial Committee, Honorable Chairperson, is documented. This includes achievements and the outstanding work that still needs to be done. The report containing these aspects has ensured that there is continuity as opposed to starting all over again after the sixth administration. Furthermore, the report is helpful in contextualizing the progress realized since our hard-won April 1994 democratic transition, recognizing not only that progress, but also the challenge we face. It is also important in our articulation of the steps needed to strengthen our work accelerating land reform. As I conclude, honorable members, the acceleration of land reform depends, amongst others, on the proper coordinated approach led by the Deputy President through the Interministerial Committee on Land Reform and Agriculture. Finalizing enabling legislation such as the Communal Land Tenure and Land Redistribution Bill will further strengthen the legislative framework to enhance accelerated land reform. The transfer of state land under household.
Thank you, Honorable DM Matabata. Your time has expired.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Peter from the Eastern Cape.
Honorable Chair, Molo Mhlakazu Minister, the DA Minister, Molo Mhlakazu, the GNU Minister. Thank you, the GNU Minister. Thank you very much. Chair, umhlaba impilo, umhlaba sisiseko sobomi, umhlaba bubomi. Land redistribution is not a baby to carry. It is a political terrain for battle. The land is the main source of living. The land is the wealth of the nation. The land redistribution cannot be driven by anger, cannot be driven by emotions, cannot be driven by hatred, but by strategies and tactics. We are an equal nation, irrespective of the color of our skin. Why should we allow the segregation policy, which were imposed to us by the previous defeated system? Let us not reverse our victory. Our brothers, our colleagues, our mothers were hanged through the question of land. Government has done, but not finished, to cater land for its people. One of the achievements of the government, Salem. Salem is the area in Grahamstown where people were given land, where people were given tractors. But the failure of the government, they don't monitor the same people. They don't give people resources. One of the other, Fish River, is one of the achievements of the government. Another achievement is 32,000 claims, 17 were settled, and 350,000 citizens benefited. We will never forget our people who died through the question of land. This question needs to be addressed so that all people could understand the role of this house should play to its own citizen. Sithi ngako oko urhulumente makancede angabaniki abantu umhlaba engabamonitarishi. Makangabaniki abantu umhlaba engamanga eceleni kwabo ngoba abantu bayayifumana siphele sibazinhlekisa. Enkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. The next speaker is Honorable M. Dlamini from the Free State.
Honorable House Chair, good afternoon, Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, honorable members in the House and in the platform, fellow South Africans. Honorable House Chair, I will not dwell in the history context of the matter. The previous speakers have addressed it to the latter. Redistribution of land is not only to ensure distribution in isolation of agricultural development and food security. In other words, it becomes a critical part of economic development in the country. In the final analysis, the correction of historical injustice through land distribution and agricultural development cannot just occur in isolation of market access. Market access must ensure rural economic development and job creation occurs. The agricultural sector distribution, it is important because also it contributes to food security, employment, and export earnings. Export earnings reduce the pressure on the balance of payment of the country. The agricultural sector is a major job creator with total employment of nearly 956,000 people. The sector created new jobs amounting to 61,000 in the third quarter. This indicates that the government policy on land reform and land distribution is working. The importance of accelerating land distribution is critical for microeconomic development in the rural areas, and this will enable the success of the district development model. This means that the land distribution needs to be followed with infrastructure development for the success of agricultural development, agro-processing, and rural industrialization. Land distribution through land reform needs to be accompanied with electricity supply, whether from the grid or off-grid, at the cheapest possible price to ensure that the development of small and medium-scale black farmers occurs competitively. Electricity is a key import for enabling the success of small and medium-scale black farming. South Africa is a water-scarce country, and government is in a process of ensuring the development of dams and water infrastructure. The supply of water is of critical importance for the success of land distribution and agricultural development. This scarce resource is currently monopolized by the establishment, farming community, and regulatory frameworks that must be developed to ensure that new small and medium black farmers are able to equitably access the water supply required for new farming ventures to be successful. Red tapes which restrict the development of black farmers, such as water licenses, need to be dealt with. The development of small and medium-scale black farmers requires that the sector is empowered in terms of capital, which is low interest based, to ensure that the sector is not in debt over long periods. The high cost of capital disadvantages black farmers in relation to the established farming communities as it increases the cost of structure for the new entrants, thereby ensuring that established white farming has the status quo advantage. The blended financial model, which is expensive and whose conditions does not allow for new farmers who are beneficiary of land distribution to access the blended financial finance for development. Government must review funding models for the development of new small and medium-scale farmers. Agricultural institutions and agricultural research institutions need to support the development of the emerging small and medium-scale black farmers, as land distribution without adequate support will not achieve the desired results. If inclusive economic growth and job creation is not adhered to, input costs such as seeds and fertilizer are part of programs of the Department of Agriculture to assist emerging farmers. Mechanisms should also be part of the program to establish black farming in the country to ensure that it has economies of scale to compete in a higher concentrated market.
Since the outbreak of conflict between Russia and its neighbor Ukraine, the cost of fertilizer has increased substantively, impacting on the cost structure of the agriculture sector, thereby increasing the cost of food and impacting on the cost of living. It is imperative that the government revitalize FOSCO, which was a state-owned entity which locally produced fertilizer. The intervention by the ANC government ever since 1994 to the 6th administration has led to the growth of the agricultural sector as the fastest growing sector in the economy, as total GDP growth grew by 0.6% on a quarter-to-quarter basis. The agriculture sector grew by 4.2% over the same period. This means that the government policy is working, as it is not merely focused on land redistribution, but based on an integrated strategy of achieving land reform with agricultural growth for emerging small and medium-scale black farming. The sector created 61,000 new jobs in the third quarter, which itself says the policy is working. And much more needs to be done, and better as well as faster. While the topic of the debate is critical, it is crucial to remember that land distribution for agricultural development will not necessarily lead to agricultural development. Much more is required as part of integrated strategy to ensure the success of emerging small and medium-scale black farming in the country. The importance of accelerating land distribution to economic growth of South Africa is crucial. It has to be followed with infrastructure support for its success. I think, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Peter did mention this. This is an emphasis that we invest, we monitor, we protect, we also educate and train our people. In conclusion, Chair, as the ANC, we welcome all initiatives and interventions made by the ANC-led government from 1994 to date in ensuring that the land question really, gradually, it will be realized in this country. We implore on government to ensure the acceleration of land distribution. Of course, Chair, there shall be pushbacks, resistance, and non-cooperation from other parts of the country. However, this is a must exercise to be executed by the country. Honorable Chair, the inclusion of workers in the land reform, it's a COSATU concept. And it's COSATU who championed the involvement and inclusion of workers in the land reform. It is not the DA issue. It is the COSATU issue. We need to correct that. Any initiatives, Honorable Chair, on the land reform program can never be an individual matter. No one will take a credit. This is a government-led ANC program started in 1994 to date in ensuring that we redistribute the land to our people. We are going to ensure that we are going to accelerate this program and ensure that our people do get their land back. But that will happen, Chair, through all the processes and lay down laws in terms of our constitution and the policies that was created and adopted by the African National Congress in 1994 and before. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for giving us that much needed political clarity in your first remarks. I am Malibongwe Kamalabo Baba. Thank you very much, House Chair.
All right, thank you. No, baie dankie Agbare Dlamini. And then the next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Sambata, the MEC from Bukoni Bupirim. I don't see him in the house. I don't see him in the house. All right, on the visual platform, Honorable Sambata, you can come and make your articulation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Deputy Chair, Chief Whip, and Honorable members, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers that are present. Honorable Chairperson, the program for redistribution of land is on the basis of addressing that which was formalized through the 1913 Land Act. And as it was formalized on the basis of an assumption that race was the determining effect on how people should own and access land. So it is on its own a program of redress. And this program of redress will not be having a problem on any person or any people whose views are communist views or who are claimed to be populist by the other speaker. But the danger to the program, it's those that still feel South Africa has to be treated on the basis of race dominance. It's those that believe that it is the color of the skin that determines success. It's those that believe that whiteness is the only determination of success. And the parliament must never accept that definition of whiteness being the only determination of success. This is the program that is going to give the basis for changing the ownership patterns. And we all know what it means when ownership patterns are changed. And when people have title over land they occupy, it has a possibility to then help them develop proper the land they have. It is not the program that has to be challenged on the basis of color thinking. It is the program that must be challenged on the basis of developmental objectives the country is faced with. The land reform and rural development has always had three categories and portfolios of driving this program. And this is driven on the basis of inclusive economic growth. It is not driven on the basis of reintroduction of a thinking that is skewed towards race. These three programs, it's one, proactive land acquisition strategy, South African Development Trust, and land transfer. As we speak, it is a program that is nationally driven. It is a program that has provinces performing. But if we were to then give you an assessment in the province, 2,511 claims were lodged on the correct time. Those that were settled and finalized are 1,948. The outstanding ones is 563. The total hectares that have been transferred to beneficiaries, 74,000 hectares. The total beneficiaries is 307,922. If you take the number of the 1,948 finalized, it has benefited 307,922. If there's anyone who still dreams of the program not being necessary, that person is in a dreamland. This program, Honorable Chairperson, is necessary. But what we must then push government to then begin to debate, even at a time of government of national unity, The assessment must be done on the basis of the impact the current policy perspective has financially and the impact the current policy has on the basis of those that are prepared to be willing sellers. The price that is attached to that, if we were to go to that and assess, we will all conclude that the current program based on willing seller, willing buyer is not going to take the country to anywhere closer to transfer. It is rather taking out of the budget of the national fiscus too much to be contemplated versus the land that is transferred. The reason there's always been an argument for change of the constitution, it's not on the basis of land grabbing, as those that are opposed to us think that it is land grabbing. It has always been on the basis that each case must be treated differently. Like in the constitution, there's an argument of checking ownership history of a land you are talking about. The assessment must be done, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, as a province, we also believe, like other provinces believe, that when we decide on the new approach, and of course the new approach must be meant on the targets that are achievable whilst we are still alive, and on the targets that are achievable on the basis of also changing the ownership patterns of the country. What we are also arguing, Chair, as a province, is that whilst you agree with the revitalization of FOSCO, but we think that the state ownership and its consolidation in FOSCO must also be part of that revitalization. We also are arguing that if you were to look at the history and the contribution of one AFGRI, the contribution of AFGRI in the industry historically resembles that contribution that was the best option to empower people, but at the time, it was used to empower based only on race. It should be re-looked its role, AFGRI, and be used on the basis of empowering now the masses. There's no dispute in the country that we're debating this matter as a transformational obligation. We're not ever debating it to kill productivity. At the center of our debate is transferred land being made to still be productive. That's why even if the two ministries were to be separated, land on the other side and agriculture on the other side, and of course having me reporting in two GNU ministers, the leader of DA in agriculture, the leader of a PAC in land, still in that time, you will still need the element of productivity being kept as a basis of checking. The agriculture must know which farms are to be transferred and how effective are they as they are transferred, so that we keep productivity not compromised, and that we do not allow that to happen because our detractors were to then use collapse of productivity post-settlement period as the basis to argue the necessity not to do the program. We also want to raise, Chair, the issue of the role and the financial injection to land bank as a basis that financial blending has been mobilized. The Department of Agriculture has done very well in the past ministries, and we hope the new minister will keep that active, that individual banks are engaged, and as they are engaged, the department is working on mitigating price increases whenever they are to help our people access funding, we must not only rely and overly rely on private funding, on a policy where private sector has a problem with, because non-funding of that policy could then be used as the basis to collapse the policy. There must be revitalization and re-injection of the land bank to ensure that all our developmental funding agencies do take up funding in agriculture and funding in agricultural development, including agro-processing. We hope that this debate, Chair, is not going to take us back. We all knew that there's always been a greatest number of the call for the change on the Section 25. But the issue is the change should never be meant for people to grab land, but the change is meant to fast track a transformational objective.
Thank you,
and
Honorable Sambata.
And
Your
a redress
time
program,
has expired.
Chairperson. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The next speaker will be on the virtual platform is the Honorable MEC from the land of the rising sun, Honorable Sope.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, and let me greet the Honorable Chairperson and members of the NCOP and the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister. And in the platform, there are members of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Land and Environmental Affairs from the province, as you have correctly introduced it, House Chair. Let me, without waste any further time, let me indeed give the perspective in terms of our initiative as the province, insofar as the developing the agricultural sector in the Mpumalanga as a viable strategy for inclusive economic growth and redress, as correctly highlighted by my colleagues, Honorable Mbata and honorable members in this platform, to also share the steps our province in Mpumalanga is taking to grow the agricultural sector as a pathway for inclusive economic growth and societal transformation. Honorable House Chair, in the words of the late President Nelson Mandela, and I quote, he indicated that agriculture is a vital sector of our economy. South Africa is one of only 6 countries in the world which export food substantial. To keep this up and improve the contribution which agriculture is already making to our economic growth, farmers will need to grasp the opportunity of our entrance into a competitive world marketplace. Even more important, we should provide affordable food to our people. Such a Mpumalanga, and close quote, Mpumalanga boasts extensive agricultural potential with fertile soils, a favorable climate, and abundant water resources. Similarly, our Honorable President Ramaphosa also once remarked on Mpumalanga's natural wealth by saying this province is richly endowed with natural resources such as large tracts of arable land, abundant water, and vast reserves of mineral deposit. Honorable House Chair, Mpumalanga serves as amongst the country's crucial agricultural hub, contributing significantly to the nation's food security and economic prosperity. In our province, agriculture directly advances two of the three strategic priorities as exposed by the government, which is inclusive growth and job creation, along with the reducing poverty and addressing the high cost of living. To this regard, Chair, I am pleased to inform you that Mpumalanga International Fresh Produce Market has since been completed, and all our efforts are now directed at operationalizing it. As highlighted by our Honorable Premier previously, Chair, farmers and small enterprises in our province have long awaited for the completion and operationalization of this market. This grant facility will immensely contribute to the realization of the three priorities I have alluded to. For example, the fresh produce market is expected to create 156 jobs at the market level and over 100,000 jobs at farm level jobs. And working with stakeholders, farmers, and small businesses to ensure widespread access. Our priority now is to foster an invest-friendly environment that benefit both small, commercial, and larger scale farmers through initiatives such as the fresh produce market, agricultural hubs, rural villages, and communal property association. I've heard, Chair, within the debate that honorable members were indicating things that are not in line with what we have as Mpumalanga. We invite the private sector to invest in the resources such as 4 trade containers per ward across 400 wards over the medium-term developmental period. We aim to support 1,600 small and medium enterprises within the initiative. We have leveraged government procurement for feeding schemes through the government nutrition program in creating a market for our farmers and small businesses. The initiative benefited already 74 small farmers in the last financial year and will soon expand the additional hospitals and boarding schools in terms of marketing our small scale farmers, Chair. To that regard, we will soon introduce the Mpumalanga Government Nutrition Resourcing Bill to prioritize provincial procurement of agriculture products through our market and agri-hubs. Complementing this will be a blended finance scheme to support farmers, especially smallholders in production, agro-processing, and marketing, and bolstering local and international trade. Honorable Chairperson, we continue to pull all our efforts and resources towards operationalizing agri-hubs to boost local economy. For our Mkhuhlu agri-hub is fully operational, providing a foundation for the consolidation of local agricultural goods. Although Mkhondo agri-hub was damaged by the storms, the disaster that we had, you might have seen it, Honorable House Chair. We are in the process to restore it to ensure it continues to support the regional agricultural sector. Our goal is to have at least one agri-hub in each district to ensure optimal farmer support, to help small-scale farmers and emerging farmers by offering them services like mechanization, primary collection, storage, and processing for local market. To also provide them with the access to input services and facilities, as well as required capacity building. On issues of land reform, Honorable Chairperson, we are grateful for the work started by the former minister of Agriculture, Honorable Togo Titis, who's now the Speaker of the National Assembly, in ensuring that the state leased farms are processed with title deeds given to those performing farmers. Leasing them farms enable them to have ownership of land by previously disadvantaged persons. We will continue to work with our current minister for land reform and rural development to facilitate the increased transfer of state land into the hands of those previously dispossessed. We are also committed to increasing the production use of the restituted land in the province, with 250 hectares dedicated to vegetables farming under the Chief Albert Luthuli Vegetable Basket Scheme, and an additional 100 hectares of citrus orchards at Senteko Tea Estate Farming in city of Mbombela. Kangala district, recognized for its grain production, now houses 2 grain processing mills, providing over 91 farmers the opportunity to process grain from over 4,000 hectares of land. This project supports local economic development and has generated numerous job opportunities. Honorable Chair, with regard to the increasing animal production, the department continues to support and strengthen the Masibuyele Esibayeni program, especially because animal farming remains prominent in our province. And through the Masibuyele Esibayeni program, we are helping smallholder farmers improving livestock genetics and processing capabilities, preparing them for...
Thank you, Honorable Sope. Unfortunately, your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Masipa from the Cape of Storms.
House Chairperson, Minister John Steenhuisen, the Minister of Agriculture, Deputy Minister, members of Parliament. Today, we debate the need to speed up land redistribution with a focus on inclusive agricultural development. This debate comes at a pivotal moment as South Africa transitions from single-party dominance to a multi-party government. These changes bring both opportunities and challenges. For the first time in 30 years, South Africans can breathe easier. We are moving away from the unchecked corruption that comes with one-party rule. Recent developments give us hope. The appreciation of the rand, the Standard & Poor's improved outlook for South Africa, and the positive reception of South African bonds in the market. Although the Western Cape does not have a government of provincial unity like Banyasa, we welcome this renewed market confidence. The Democratic Alliance celebrates the 1.4% drop in interest, 1.4% drop in unemployment in the third quarter. In the Western Cape, the Democratic Alliance governance has delivered the country's lowest unemployment rate of 19.6%. Less than 670,000 people here are unemployed, thanks to our commitment to professionalism and data-driven governance. Land redistribution is vital for inclusive agricultural growth and addressing historical injustices. Yet progress has been painfully slow over the past 30 years. Poor policies and resource constraints have been the main culprits. The various policy interventions have fallen short. Expropriation with compensation and state land redistribution have hardly happened in the last 30 years. The Constitution mandates the state to ensure equitable access to land, yet the land reform budget has dropped from 1.09% of the national budget in 2007-2008 to less than 0.5% today. Corruption and incompetence have made things worse. Policy changes intended to close the gap have only highlighted a lot of official incompetence. Corruption and failed redistribution efforts have surged. Key issues that our ministers in the GNU must address are weak institutional capacity, poor monitoring due to unqualified staff, contradictory data, failure to issue title deeds, weakening land tenure rights, budget constraints, and inconsistent policies. The NCOP exists to represent provincial interests at the national level, yet corruption and poor policy decisions have prevented democracy from delivering for South Africans. As NCOP members, we lack the power to engage effectively on land redistribution as it is a national competency. The Constitution mandates government, not just the national government, to address past discrimination. Section 25 of the Constitution mandates land redistribution, land restitution, and tenure reform. These measures should address historical injustices, not perpetuate corruption. Despite this, provinces and municipalities lack the powers and resources to succeed. They cannot ensure land ownership for citizens or support farm beneficiaries. Secure land tenure, water rights, and clear policies are essential for agricultural growth. Land redistribution through municipal commonage has failed. Much of this land is unsuitable for commercial farming. While some rural residents benefit from grazing and small gardens, progress has been minimal. Between 1994 and 2002, commonage projects accounted for 44% of initiatives, but received only 10% of budgets. Little has changed since then. Provinces and municipalities also struggle with funding. The Western Cape laments the shift of CASP Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program funding from Schedule 4 to Schedule 5 of the MFA, which is causing delays. Farmers now face mismatched funds, slow transfers, and barriers that worsen with climate change and market volatility. Emerging farmers who rely on grants are hit hardest. The government of national unity must act in a manner of working in cooperation with provinces for the good of our people. If corruption exists in the provinces, officials must be held accountable. A clear framework for accountability is needed, honorable members. Let us move forward with a vision for land reform that delivers fairness, growth, and opportunity for all. An independent research study commissioned by the Western Cape Department of Agriculture under the Democratic Alliance revealed that 83% of land reform farmers who received post-settlement support from the province consider themselves successful agribusinesses. In stark contrast, the national government's failure rate in similar programs stands at a staggering 90%. While the Western Cape grows thriving farms, the national government seems to specialize in cultivating disappointment, something the GNU must address in collaboration with the provinces. Let's talk about the real champion of corruption, those who know exactly what went wrong under Zuma and Ace Makashule, but somehow still try to defend it with a straight face. Under their watch, a staggering 1 million people out of 2.9 million strong Free State local community ended up on grants after the infamous Estina farmland redistribution program, where 280 million rand magically found its way into Gupta's pockets. That's not land reform, honorable members. That's land gone missing reform. It was during Zuma's era that an outrage broke out because apparently the sitting president received cattle as a gift from the provincial government, turning state politics into a bizarre episode of former president wants a bribe. And instead of using the Public Works Department to expropriate land for meaningful reform, the Zuma government decided the best use of state resources was to build Ngandla, Ubaba's multi-million rand mansion with a fire pool, a chicken run, a goat crawl. That was 9 years of wasted priorities. Honorable members, let's not forget the SIU investigated 148 land reform projects between 2011 and 2017 and discovered that 1 in 4 was riddled with fraud. Honestly, they didn't need a single investigators. All they needed was Zondo Commission and SIU to investigate and arrest them. So maybe, honorable members, the MK Party and EFF should skip their theatrics and have a little tea party with Ubaba himself. And honorable members, I think they should ask Ubaba, why did he turn the land reform into a soap opera? And provide answers to this House instead of bringing the motion to debate this matter. Thereafter, the NCOP members can write a book on how Ubaba squandered a nation in 9 years of land reform scandals. Because if there is one thing he distributed equally or evenly, it was disappointment, corruption, and poverty, and left millions of South Africans on social grants. In closing, honorable members, I urge members of this House to visit the Democratic Alliance-led Western Cape government, see firsthand how land reform projects are supported for success, witness how the province contributes 50% of South Africa's exports and despite limited resources, develops high-quality Black farmers. This experience will show the value of devolving funding to provinces, empowering them to drive reforms and boost economic growth effectively. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Before the Honorable.
On what are you rising, Honorable?
Chair, honorable members. No, actually, I wanted the honorable member to withdraw the statement referring to Panyaza. Because Panyaza is the on rule 62. The rule 62, yes. You can't then refer to a delegate by name. Panyaza is the special member of the NCOP and is entitled to be referred to as honorable. It was at that point I wanted, but I thought that he was going to repeat that mistake, but I watched him, he didn't. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nkosi, for your point of order. But the very same rules, Rule 69 is very clear, that you rise on a point of order when the incident is happening. So it has long happened, so I think that it is mute now.
Yeah.
Just to say that that was the wrong rule, but I will chat to Nkosi tomorrow about the rule.
All right, thank you, Honorable Masipa, for your reiteration here. The next speaker is going to be on a visual platform is Honorable Majopa Mtetwa, the MEC from Ezwelo Shugela. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members. Perhaps before I should start by thanking the MK Party for the debate. The allocation of land is one of the most crucial parameters within which one can use to gauge our pace of allocation of land to our people, while also giving us a best view of what we may expect in future. That's so significant considering the journey we as the country have traveled so far, which has been laden with challenges along the way. but there's been tremendous effort to mitigate those challenges. Second to that, appreciation of raising this debate by the MK party is the acknowledgement that the land ownership patterns have not changed much since the dawn of democracy in 1994. For instance, by 1994, Black people who account for 81% of the total population had access to less than 13% of the total land in the country. The purpose of the land redistribution is to address the legacy of racial inequality in accessing land and creating opportunities for development. The majority of this august house and the public out there will certainly agree with me on that score. It is no secret that the land redistribution program initially intended to benefit the marginalized South Africans, the vulnerable groups, the qualified, suitable, deserving candidate has not fully met its design intent. This, of course, despite of all the effort to reverse the effects of the Native Land Act of 1913 and Group Areas Act of 1950. The land redistribution question in South Africa has always been an emotive and a hot potato that is always filled with disputes resulting from South Africa's historical injustices, apartheid era, land dispossession, farm invasion, and debates around land expropriation without compensation. The debate on accelerating land redistribution and agricultural development for inclusive growth needs sober minds and proper judgment. Politically, we may be two poles apart. We may be from different political parties, but this calls upon all of us to pull in one direction for the benefit of our people who are downtrodden, vulnerable, and remain dispossessed of their land rights through unjustifiable means. One of the key proponents for agricultural development for inclusive growth is the traditional leadership and the communal land. KwaZulu-Natal has about 2.8 million hectares of land that is in the hands of Ngonyama Trust. This land is held in trust for the material benefit and welfare of the communities by the Ngonyama, who is the sole trustee. Through great cooperation and partnership between Amakhosi and government, we can go a long way in mitigating the challenges that have been seen in this sector. As we stated in our budget speech in August, we continue to advocate for the protection of Ngonyama Trust as a vehicle for ensuring that everyone has access to land. We are of the view that the institution of Ngonyama Trust, boosted with tight government control, can be used as a model for other provinces outside of KwaZulu-Natal. Through Amakhosi managing and controlling the land on behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, we have seen leases of land that have been approved toward the upliftment of communities under the Traditional Trust Board or Traditional Council. Since the year 2000, following the establishment of the Ngonyama Trust Board, a number of leases have been provided to a variety of business organizations who have been using this land for a number of reasons, such as building of schools, hospital, houses, serving stations, shopping malls, etc. Over 5.3 million hectares had been redistributed for various purposes, such as, but not limited to, municipalities, agriculture, and for settlement, including security of tenure. And this land is owned by communities, entities, and individuals. To this end, since 1994, the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform in KwaZulu-Natal has acquired and redistributed 637,784 hectares of land using various programs of land redistribution. That is a positive contribution towards the upliftment of people in KwaZulu-Natal. More than 16 progressive land acquisition strategy, which we usually call plus farms, have been approved in 2023-2024 and also in 2024-2025 financially for disposal to leases. This program is implemented continually. Among the challenges affecting a successful acceleration of land redistribution and state land allocation to farms, there is a poor performance of redistributed farms. People are given farms, but some are not using farms, but there are those that are doing what is expected of them. There is also a lack of access to resources and markets. There is a low intake of women and youth and people with disabilities. But we are saying during this time that during this GNU, we will be prioritizing issue of women, youth, and disability, and people living with disability. There is also a social conflict and theft, as well as invasion associated with this program. We are also investigating that. Landowners asking for high land prices and refusing to accept evaluation reports by the Office of the Valuer General. They are causing challenges that are making us to fail to do this as we are expected with a speed. Overall decline of the budget of the former Department of Agriculture, meaning that there is inadequate budget for land acquisition. I think we need to relook at that and allocate more funds for agriculture and also for land and rural development. There is also issue of the land invention on state and private land, which also delays the process of land redistribution. Agricultural development can be a powerful tool to end extreme poverty. This is based on the fact that poverty in South Africa largely affects people living in rural areas, and a significant proportion of poor people living in rural areas depend on agriculture for survival. We are hard at work, and we have been crisscrossing the province of KwaZulu-Natal, implementing our programs of action as a response to ensure agricultural development that is inclusive. Part of the program we have strengthened is the provision of dipping chemicals. Just recently, over 20 million was used to procure over 9,000 units of dipping chemicals currently being distributed across the province, and we are giving it to every registered stock farmer who is residing within the province. We have also been encouraging and providing assistance for one home, one garden, providing production inputs, seeds, seedlings, and fertilizer. Apart from the general public, and schools, churches, clinics, and other public institutions have responded positively to this call of using vacant space for vegetable production. Chairperson, entering from the multi-planting season, we have also been strengthening efforts toward the intensification of all our programs, and we have ensured that the public is kept abreast of all the developments. We have always ensured that our programs are transparent and open. We are involving every stakeholder within the province so that we go the journey as a team. In our budget vote, we said we are going to prioritize the needs of women, youth, and people with disabilities. We have various programs and initiatives with special focus on vulnerable groups to benefit from the department. Otherwise, it would be remiss of me not to share with you the finding of the Human Science Research Council in a recent survey of National Food and Nutrition Security commissioned by Department of Agriculture. The Human Science Research Council report revealed that the level of food insecurity varied across districts. It said that 17% of the households in the province suffered from severe food insecurity, while 4.3% suffered from severe hunger. It further revealed that severe food insecurity was more prevalent in the Zululand district, where 35% of the households were severely food insecure. Other districts also experiencing severe hunger, Akinxetshwayo, Mkhanyakude, Erikwala, Umzinyathi. What is even more depressing, according to this report, despite this district having relatively high levels of access to land, yet have low participation, but we have already engaged traditional leaders, stakeholders, councillors, so that we all—
Honorable Mtatwa, unfortunately, your time has expired. Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
The next speaker on the platform is going to be Honorable Billy.
What is it so late?
You, Honorable Bill.
The Honorable House Chair, the Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable members of this House. I want to maybe start by agreeing with one of our elder persons in this House, Honorable Peter, who in his remarks makes clear that this topic requires us to approach it with less anger and emotion so that we are able to engage meaningfully and resolve the issues which are wanting to be raised here. Now, from the onset, let me make it abundantly clear, because there's a tendency to try and describe the DA in a very particular way by our opponents, mainly those who are fast losing support of our people because they are failing, and those who are mushrooming as sudden saviors of our nation, the MK party in this case. Let it be known that the DA in its land reform policy will make it clear that we believe that many South Africans, especially those historically disadvantaged, remain landless or lack secure tenure. Let it be known that in our land reform policy, the DA believes that the evil apartheid regime's legacy of unequal land distribution continues to create economic, social, and cultural divides. Let it be known that the DA in its land reform policy, it makes it clear that we truly envision a South Africa where all citizens have equitable access to land ownership while private property rights are also protected. The DA is truly committed to resolving historical land injustices without destabilizing the economy. Fellow South Africans, when I speak of a DA position, I'm not talking about a policy written at some shebeen or Cubana and approved by a supreme leader in Kandla. I'm talking about a policy drafted, consulted, and approved by party structures at a democratic conference. I'm not going to even talk about the EFF because since its inception, it's been making the same noise about land, and they've got nothing to show for it, nothing to show for it. So I'm not going to even entertain them. The MK party would obviously not know what I'm talking about when I talk about conferences. It's laughable that this debate is sponsored by the MK party, a party belonging to a former head of state, President Zuma in this case, and a person who's led a ruling party for almost 10 years. This is laughable precisely for these reasons, honorable members. Zuma was the president for this country for nearly 10 years, and he did absolutely nothing to address the question of land, particularly equitable economic systems that seek to uplift historically disadvantaged communities. Instead, he ensured that one family, the Guptas, was uplifted to heights never seen before. Ensured that they receive major government contracts. I'm sure we all know that. He ensured that the future of his children, Tutuzile and Tutuzane, are secured. It is well known that between 70 to 90% of land reform projects, both redistribution and restitution, have failed in this country. Most of these failures during the Zuma presidency years. But this does not mean that there aren't any successful cases, which is what Honorable Peter pointed out to, which is what the Deputy Minister pointed out to, which is what Honorable Dlamini pointed out to. But what we are doing today, honorable members, is to have this honest conversation so that we can resolve and identify issues that need to be dealt with, particularly the issue of corruption and the slow pace of this topic that we speak about. Well-known failures include, Honorable MEC mentioned the Estina project, the Maluti project in the Free State, which have come to a standstill with millions of rands being spent on this project. And again, Zuma presided over the failed Department of Rural Development and Land Reform at that time. Members,
So the idea that the MK party cares about people being landless is a fallacy, it's a lie. Just like Mugabe's ZANU-PF in Zimbabwe, as Ngugaintobi correctly described in his book, Land Matters, the MK party wants to use land for narrow populist and chauvinistic ends. The same applies with the EFF. The MK party describes itself as a class-conscious political party that fights for the aspirations of the working class and the poor. That's a lie, it's a fallacy. Honorable members, let me tell you something. The MK party is not fighting for the poor and for the working class. The MK party is fighting for material benefit for certain families, for the Zuma family, for the future of Tutuzane and Tutuzile. So this insinuation that the MK party is fighting for people is a lie. Years of inefficiencies, corruption, and bureaucratic delays must be dealt with. Let's give security of tenure to our people, both in urban and in rural areas. Let us commit to policies that are fair, practical, and forward-thinking, that honor our past, meet the needs of the present, and secure the future. Honorable members, we can no longer delay this project. It is clear that the Western Cape is doing far better, Honorable Farmer, and you must accept that. Don't come with your little stories here. It is proven that the Western Cape is doing far better than the rest of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Billy, for your articulation in this debate. The next speaker on the platform is Honorable Ndise, the man from the land of gold.
Chairperson, the established protocol is observed. People of South Africa, Minister and Deputy Minister, you have earned my respect today. Most of your colleagues, after they've spoken in the House, they leave because they're rushing somewhere. And you are still here, you are seated and listening to the debate. I respect you for that. Chairperson, on November 18, 2024, the Premier and the Chairperson of the ANC in Gauteng, Panyaza Lesufi, writes, and I quote, "This morning, together with the Provincial Secretary, started at the Pretoria High Court sitting at the Benoni Magistrate Court to hear why the apartheid regime killed one of our outstanding student leaders of our time, Caiphus Nyoka. Caiphus Nyoka was killed for his activism against apartheid policies in 1987. At the time, the student activist was a member of Congress of South African Students, the South African Youth Congress, an organizer for Transvaal Student Congress in the East Rand, as well as the president of Student Representative Council at Maibuya High School, close quote. Chair, I dedicate today's debate to the undying revolutionary spirit of Comrade Caiphus Nyoka. The primary goal of land reform were to reduce poverty, boost agricultural growth and development, and address historical injustices and land dispossession, establish an atmosphere of sound land management, and distribute land fairly among our people. Government have encountered some difficulties in providing our citizens with access to land, and the agricultural sector has been recognized as one area in which we can contribute to improve our food security. Government is dedicated to giving South African farmers priority when buying land, rather than gentrifying agricultural land. We also need to address the issue of our people using agricultural land for residential purposes. Negative effects on land disposition in South Africa included the majority being forced to live on the most unproductive land, unequal distribution of land ownership that favored minority racial group, disruption of indigenous people, social and economic system with regard to land use, sharecropping and other slave-like forms from farm owners. The idea that this accumulation through dispossession has a negative overall impact on the development and typically erodes the condition of successful development is hard to dispute. The fundamental idea is that South African land tenure system should promote effective land use while simultaneously eliminating long-standing disparities and unequal opportunities. The department's commitment to sustainable land reform, the goal is to identify and carry out strategic land reform interventions, acquire strategically located land, recapitalize failing projects, and develop ongoing and upcoming projects. The second danger is that the land that belongs to one sphere may be sold by another without legitimate sphere's knowledge, although the custodian must confirm the land vetting before it can be dispossessed of. Transactions have occasionally proceeded with this confirmation have it not taken place. The political and economic circumstances of apartheid are still very clearly reflected in the patterns of land ownership and development today. Black people experience poverty, landlessness, and insecurity as a result of racist land policies, which also led to ineffective land use and administration in both urban and rural settings. Land policy needs to address the following issues, Chair, in order to be successful. The need to administer public land in an effective manner, the need to record and register all rights in properties, the injustice of racially based land dispossession, the equitable distribution of land ownership, the need for security for tenure, the need for sustainable use of land, the need for rapid release of land for development, to redress the injustices of apartheid, to foster national reconciliation and stability, and lastly, to underpin economic growth and to improve household welfare and alleviate poverty. In order to expedite the land redistribution process, acquire land in nodal areas and other areas with high agricultural potential, enhance the process of identifying and selecting beneficiaries, plan land on which people could be settled, and guarantee that acquired land is used productively. The Act gives the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development the authority to buy land. Land reform is more than just social transfer in which government provides generous funding to citizens who benefit. It is and ought to be viewed as promoting service delivery through this process. Through the acquisition of targeted 115,000 hectares of strategically located land, of which 50% is to be allocated to 50% to be allocated to women, 40% will go to agricultural development and equitable land redistribution. In order to designate specific land, control its subdivision and the habitation of individuals on it, and provide for the land must be acquired, maintained, planned, developed, improved, and dispossessed. Chair, Ms. Mantsing Grasalekola from Johannesburg says to me on this topic, and I quote, "In the process of acceleration, it is important not only focus on redistribution of land to traditional leaders in rural communities. The inclusiveness should shift from being just about Black people, but rural women in particular. African women were known to be farmers in villages, previously fed families in the absence of men, with well-managed system utilizing limited resources. African tradition of women farming lands that they can never get to own should be challenged, and prioritizing distributing the land to these women who work on it," close quote. Over the course of the MTF, the entity plans to create and implement electronic disregistration system driven by Electronic Disregistration Systems Act of 2019. The lack of seed banks, low household production, drought and flooding, ecological condition that typically results in irregular insufficient rainfall are all issues that government is willing to address in order to help farmers meet the necessary demand in the market. We must make investment in sustainable agriculture by putting into practice farming methods that are socially acceptable, technically feasible, and economically feasible, environmentally not degrading, and allow for the conservation of land, water, plant, and animal genetic resources. Chair, the issue of rent and the rent collection is still very low, even after the Department of Agriculture offered discounts and farmer support programs in an attempt to collect rent under lease agreements signed in accordance with the state land lease and disposal policy. To make sure that the reliable lease management system is in place, the department is currently reviewing its procedure and policies. In the same issue, Chair, Mr. Lisiba Mpia of Eguruleni says, and I quote, "Our nation has witnessed profound inequality stemming from historical oppression, characterized by forced displacement of individuals from their ancestral lands. This has led to resistance wars, such as the Bambata Rebellion in the early 1900s. To combat the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, land redistribution policies offer a viable solutions, specifically addressing poverty, alleviation, and enhancing citizen economic participation. It's a fact that less than 3% of productive or arable land over the last 10 years has been transferred to the majority of our people is proof enough that there is hardly any progress and that more than 80% of productive land in this country is still in the hands of about 44,000 white individual farmers and corporate entities. Support for SMME in farming and agriculture can't be done without redistributing land and not to support those that get it. They end up selling it back to those that sold to them, close quote. Through a variety of land reform program products, the strategy for settlement development assistance on land reform projects has changed. They have not been sufficiently integrated with other government programs, which has limited their efficiency and efficiency. The economic gains for those who have benefited from land reform initiatives have been minimal. Inadequate state support is one of the many factors that have limited agricultural productivity. And that is why Mr. Selocha Mapito from the Val says that accelerating land distribution and agricultural development for inclusive growth must resonate with the following 6 issues that he has raised, and I quote them. 1, create conditions for inclusive growth. 2, ensure that the rights of all South Africans are strengthened. 3, promote equitable land redistribution. 4, improve the process of identifying and selecting beneficiaries. 5, ensure that acquired land is used productively. And last, mitigate and prevent the outbreak of diseases among livestock and products, close quote. Chair, in closing, it has been said that you can take a donkey to the well or the river, but you can't force it to drink. That statement is very true. When you take into consideration how many times we've been standing here and trying to persuade members of the opposition to up the ante on the quality of the debates, that clearly shows that you can't force or because they don't want to heed the call. Remember that when the debates are lost, insults becomes the loser's tool. So in this instance, Member Majol, next time when you want to debate here, make sure that you consult with Member Mokoena for clear and clarity-seeking questions. Because you stood here and you could not even read your own speech. I was wondering if you wrote your own speech. You need to familiarize yourself with proper meaning of the word hectare. Because you can't stand here and tell us that since 1994 to 2023, only 8 hectares has been allocated to our people. Because Member Mokoena will tell you that, for instance, a CPA of Ditabeng in the Kwakwa area has claimed and received much more than 8 hectares. And that did not happen between 1994 to 2003. But you see, Chair, when you sing for your supper, but Olabi Posh, when you sing for your supper, you will sound exactly like the delegate from the Western Cape. Honorable Farmer stands here and raises serious matters. And everyone who has spoken here and telling us about how beautiful the DA is doing in the Western Cape, none of them dare contested what Member Farmer was saying. That, for me, Chair, it's an issue. Here in the Western Cape, people of Philippi, people of Mfuleni, people of Manenberg can't roam the streets freely during the day because they know Ngasuga no money. But we are told here that the Western Cape is the best, to a point of it being compared to Gauteng. Imagine that, a province of almost 16 million people being compared to a province of only those that matters. It cannot be correct. Member Chirwa, me and you can agree that you still owe the community of Alexandra a school. 5 years down the line, you still owe the Alexandra community a school. Member Grike, you can't build one school, yet you dream of running the country. It's not going to be happen, that one. And by the way, Chair, member Dlamini said I must not do this. I wanted to tell you who is leaving from the EFF in the next 2 weeks, but she says I must not do that. Because I have been standing here and I've been telling you, every time I stand there, I've been telling you, look what's going to happen in the EFF. Look what's going to happen in the EFF. Oh, Hambilu, member Mkring. Hambil, member Mkring, oh, Hambil. Rike, I'll tell them when is your time. Today I will keep quiet. Member Mkwen, I believe in you and I believe in your capacity. And therefore I request you, when you come here,
Honorable Honorable Kharek is rising. On what are you rising, Honorable Kharek?
Throw.
All over.
Throw.
Chairperson, can I ask the colleague if he will take a question, please?
He said he can take the question.
Thank you. Can you, honorable member, can you tell us, were you part of the ANC when President Zuma was president of the ANC and of the country? Thank you so much.
Over to you, Honorable.
Chairperson, without fear or favor, I was 18 years old in 1998 when I joined the ANC. And I'm the youngest branch chairperson of the ANC where I come from. So from 1998, as I stand here today, I've been in the ANC. Member Mukwena, I believe in you and I believe in your capacity. I work with you in the same select committee. I've seen what you are capable of. Please, for the sake of the country, come and correct your mistakes. When you come back and stand here, the following three, you need to correct them. One, tell the people who's the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development. Come here and tell the people who's the minister. Two, tell them who was the president of South Africa between 2009 and 2018. Lastly, what was the land distribution percentage between 2009 and 2018? So that when you blame the ANC for inability to do certain things, you are able to be honest in your thinking. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Mbise, for your articulation on this topic. The next speaker on the podium, Honorable Kharek, please, 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 man. Honorable Mkwena, the podium is yours.
Chair, call Honorable Makai to order, please.
What are you rising, Honorable Kharek?
He points finger at me, Chairperson. He points finger.
Didn't see that, so I cannot confirm it. Over to on.
Thank you, Chair. I want to begin by appreciating all the speakers today. One thing that is clear is that the topic is a sore point for all of us. And I really appreciate the amount of work that went into the planning, the research that you came through. You really gave me something to work on. So here we go. Honorable Masipa, the real thieves here are the Stellenbosch Mafia. The Afrikaners and the farmers who stole the land, finish and clap. Honorable Billy, I was actually looking forward to your debate because we are both from KZN Fethu. Bengithe Zumkhaya, uzoyimela iKZN, instead uzonqoma Western Cape la. Uyakhohlwa ukuthi abantu abakubela iKZN, isithi yakho is because of KZN. Wavele nje was distanced from your area of origin. You didn't bring anything to the debate but finger pointing. And yes, I actually feel sad for the people, some of the people within the DA, because instead of looking in the mirror and doing a little bit of introspection, they have nothing to say and stand on this podium, and all they do is sing for Emiliabo. There are no 9 wasted years. I would like to say that and affirm. There was no Zuma government. There was ANC government. So it's a lie to say there was a Zuma government. Nibadala kabi uthi ngama la kwi-podium engiqamba amanga. He actually came up with a very brilliant program. And I'm going to honor Ulokhuza, Honorable Modise, and say some of the things that you said were factual and true. You are right. A lot was done during that time. He came up with a program called Strengthening Relatives' Rights of People Working and Living in the Land, 50-50 ownership. And he committed to supporting Black small owner farming. He was also part of the landmark 54th National Conference, which I was also part of, by the way, ANC. In Nasrec, where the ruling party then reaffirmed land reform and ownership of land by the poor majority. So the fact that he's not even here to defend himself, and lucky for you that he isn't here, because in this podium, and you know that. And the issue of Guptas, it's so long and dead and boring and lazy. Come on, come up with something new. Come up with something new, you know? Ama Guptas were seen in the pictures with previous presidents. President Mandela, there was pictures of Gupta. President Thabo Mbeki, there were pictures of Gupta. But ngiyathanda ukumncamekisa no Zuma. Ayibo. And lambasting his kids is the last straw. It's worse. It's old, yadiga, and in the words of Panyaza, try harder. And what I appreciate about you, Minister Steenhuisen, and I do appreciate that you stayed here till the end of the debate. It just shows you that you are actually committed. But he himself also said he's got no new approach really, because everything that he is doing right now is built on the foundation of the previous administration. And if umlalele kahle shame uyasho nayo ukuthi ayikho into entsha azoyiletha bandla. Usebenza nje kuleyo foundation and at least iqiniso uyalimela. I would like to bring your attention to the Kgagabe Xhosa royal family, which was led by royal figures like King Sandile, who were dispossessed of their land during the 19th century. The Mqenge family also, notably for their involvement in the anti-apartheid struggle, faced forced dispossession under apartheid era laws. The family, originally from Eastern Cape, lost their ancestral land during the implementation of the 1913 and 1936 Lands Acts, which restricted Black land ownership to designated native reserves. The Mqenge family story gained prominence due to Victoria Mqenge and her husband, who were both lawyers and anti-apartheid activists. So, honorable members of this National Council of Provinces, how can we look into the eyes of grandmothers who remember the struggle of being evicted from their land? This is not just a political issue, it's a moral imperative. One day, so buya ne-solution right. I-solution esiza umuntu omnyama. It's no use sihlale lana sihola imali esiyiholayo, kodwa again repetitively we do nothing about it. Ngempela sike siye emakhaya ngempela siyoyibuka senze introspection. Sibuye sibone ukuthi ikuphi esingakwenza. Let us not become the leaders who will be remembered for turning away from justice. Let us be the ones who finally do the right things from the historic wrong. The eyes of history are upon us. Let us not fail our people. Ngiyabonga.
All right, thank you, Honorable Mkena, for raising this important issue in this house. You can see the way the debate was spirited. I think that such debates are the ones which are going to build the country. But what I like most is that almost each and everyone made a contribution, positive contribution towards the implementation of the issues they are raising. But what I'd like to warn is the members from the gallery. Please, you cannot participate. You cannot participate in the form of clapping the hands in this house. The only people who are allowed to clap are only these people who are in these hallowed grounds. Those are the only people who are allowed to do that. And then number two, honorable members, we know very well that according to our rules, the head of delegations of the provinces are the premiers. So it means that they are part of this house. The way we address them, I think I've listened to two people who really didn't put the word honorable, the term honorable before their names. I think that it is not correct. I think that the parliament has done a lot of work in inducting the members of parliament. So if necessary, if we request another induction, we can organize it in January. Please, the premiers of the provinces are the heads of delegation of the, so it means that they are part of this house. I'm making an appeal that in the future, I'm going to intervene immediately if you're going to start doing that. But apart from that, I would really like to thank the Honorable Minister, Mr. John Steenhuisen, the Honorable Deputy Minister, Mr. Stan Matabata, plus all the delegates which were part of these proceedings, plus the MECs from the various provinces. Your contribution are held at high regard. So members, without further ado, this concludes the business of this house, the house's agenda. Siyabonga.
Thank you. Siyabonga. Siyabonga.
Recording stopped.
Don't do that, Jim. Because what